welcome back everyone to the NALA Weiss Schwarz tournament for Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Yesterday, we just witnessed 8 very exciting rounds of Swiss to bring you to the top 8 that we have today. Now, let's kind of give a recap of like what happened yesterday. Like, we saw a lot of great games. We actually saw a lot of deck diversity. I think one of my favorite moments of yesterday was actually just getting to see all of these different decks play against each other, getting to see a lot of these like well-known names in the community like pop up on stream and just like get that more exposure to these people as players. Connor, what do you think was one of your other favorite moments of the day?
Yeah, yesterday I just loved seeing all of the different decks that we saw. There was a ton of diversity in the field. A bunch of players sort of repping their favorite series and doing very well with them.
And what about you, Randall? What was your most memorable moment of the day?
Yeah, I definitely have to agree that like the diversity was a great part of yesterday, but I think a really big highlight for like not just myself, but also for Connor, obviously yesterday was we got to see some of our own local players that we know get to appear on stream, and we got to see what they did. So yeah, that was a lot of fun for me.
I think, yeah, exactly. You guys summed it up very well, especially with the locals. Like getting to have all of these players kind of like begin their own narrative as players and like championeers into this game of Weiss Schwarz that we all love so dearly. Because let's face it, all of us, I think we all love anime. Now, Connor, why don't you just kind of like re-wrap up everything again regarding the schedule and the format, so everyone's just kind of like caught up before we get into some very exciting top 8 matches here.
Sure. So yesterday, of course, we had the Swiss rounds for Weiss Schwarz. We had 8 rounds that our 166 players fought through to determine the top 8 players. Today, on day 2, we will be looking at those top 8, fighting it out for very first place to win some prizes. We also, if you'll go over here, have this is the 4th week of Bushiroad Rumble Online. That is the final week of Weiss Schwarz. If you want to go back and check out the other 3 weeks, we had the Vanguard formats. Those will be on the Bushiroad YouTube channels at some point. So make sure to go check those out if you like Vanguard as well. Randall, why don't you show us the prizes that they're fighting for?
Sure thing. So we're going to be starting at the bottom. All of our top 4 will be getting that certificate as proof of their achievement here today. And then going up from there, starting from 3rd place and above, all of those 3 players are going to be receiving both a booster display of Rent a Girlfriend, the upcoming English release, as well as varying quantities of the Lai Ren PR with the congratulations stamp. So 3rd place will be getting 1 copy of the Lai Ren, 2nd place will be getting 2 copies, and 1st place will be getting 4. So these are the prizes that our players are going to be competing for today. And of course, we can't discount the achievement of winning the tournament, or topping the tournament, rather. Of course, all of these players having fought very hard yesterday just to get here in the first place. So congratulations to them on that, and best of luck to them in the games moving forward today.
Now, with the prizes all done and the format all out of the way, let's take a quick look at a video brought to us by Bushiroad to kind of quickly run over how the game is played, just to get everyone caught up to speed.
Weiss Schwarz is a trading card game that adapts anime and game titles, so everyone can enjoy their favorite titles as a card game. In this video, we will show you a brief tutorial to the basics of the game in 6 minutes. Decide who goes first with rock, paper, scissors. The winner goes first. Both players shuffle their decks and draw 5 cards as their starting hand. Discard the cards you don't want from your hand into the waiting room. Then, draw the same number of cards you discarded. When both players are done, let's Weiss Schwarz. First, draw a card from your deck. Now, let's play a character onto the stage. To attack, turn your character sideways. Attack! You deal damage to your opponent equal to your character's soul. As there are no characters facing the attacking character performs a direct attack and gets an additional soul. Flip the top card of your deck as your trigger check. Different triggers give different effects. In this case, it's a soul icon. so your character gets 1 additional soul. Put the card you just flipped over face down into your stock. As you can see on the right, there are various ways in which we can increase the damage we deal to our opponent. For this attack, we will deal a total of 3 damage. The opponent will flip over cards equal to the damage taken from the top of their deck and put them into their clock. With this, we will end our turn. Now it's your opponent's turn. Draw phase. During the clock phase, you may put a card from your hand into your clock. To draw 2 cards, the opponent plays 3 characters on their stage and 1 on their backstage. While characters on the backstage cannot attack, characters with the assist ability can boost the power or give effects to characters in front of them. Opponent attacks. Any triggers? No triggers. So that's 2 damage. Opponent attacks. Trigger check. A soul trigger. That's 1 additional soul for a total of 3 damage. Cancel. If a Climax card turns up, damage cancel occurs. And all cards flipped for damage is put into your waiting room. This means you take 0 damage from this attack. Opponent attacks. As there is a character facing the attacking character performs a frontal attack and gets no additional soul during the attack. No icons, no bonuses. So you receive only 1 damage. When there is an opposing character facing the attacking character, a battle between them occurs. In a battle, the character with the higher power wins. The character with lower power loses the battle, becomes reversed, and sent to the waiting room at the end of battle phase. And that's the end of your opponent's turn. Draw phase. This time, let's clock 2. Let's fill your stage with characters, including our backstage. The center character gets assist from both backstage characters. Now, let's play a Climax card. Different Climax cards gives you different effects. This Climax gives all your characters additional 1,000 power and 1 soul. Attack. No soul icon. 2 damage to your opponent. Your character has higher power, so you win the battle. Attack. 3 damage to your opponent. There are now 7 cards in your opponent's clock. When that happens, that player levels up. Choose 1 among the 7 bottommost cards in your clock to put into your level. The remaining 6 cards go into your waiting room. Then, put the remaining damage into your clock as usual. Each player starts at level 0, and the first player to force their opponent to reach level 4 wins the game. Now, let's try doing it. Your opponent is now level 1 and can use cards up to that level. The higher your level, the stronger cards you can use. Now, make your last attack with your middle character. 3 damage to your opponent. Encore! If there is a reversed character you wish to keep on your stage, you can pay 3 cards from your stock and return that character from your waiting room to its previous position on the stage. You and your opponent take turns until one of you forces the other to reach level 4. But be careful! As a player levels up and gets closer to level 4, the stronger cards they can use. And this covers the basics of what you need to start playing Weiss Schwarz. Detailed rules can be found on our website. Trial decks also consist of everything that you need to get started. We hope you have fun with your favorite titles. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
And we are back. Thank you, Bushiroad, for providing to us that very detailed infographic about how to play this game called Weiss Schwarz. Now, despite being so detailed, that was still very surface level, and the players that we will see in top 8 are the upper echelon of the game. They know the ins and the outs of their decks, they know the ins and outs of the other decks in the meta, and they are so excited to show it to you on stream. Now, let's take a look at what one of the decks that we'll be looking at is. So bring up deck 1 for
All right, so here we have Chronose's Love Live Sunshine deck. We actually saw this one in the last round of Swiss yesterday. Pretty standard Love Live Sunshine deck, playing the Chica level 1 combo and the Mirai ticket package at level 3. We saw how devastating its effects could be yesterday, both on the board and in terms of being able to push extra damage with free burns every time he attacks. Deck was super consistent and very threatening. So we'll have to see if he can make it all the way to first today. Randall, why don't you show us the second deck here?
Sure thing. We're going to be taking a look at Yuri's Ruby deck. This is another deck that we saw featured on the stream yesterday, as well as on the AO stream on their tournament during the Swiss rounds. So Yuri's deck playing the 8-gate Ruby with the level 1 Ruby combo into the level 3 Cinder. And we have a lot of very interesting utility cards, ones that can disrupt the opponent's field, such as the Neon Cat at level 0, as well as the Nolan at level 1. So this combination of cards definitely looking to give some control over the game state, leading into that very powerful endgame with cards like the Blake Early Play plus Cinder support package at level 2, leading into the endgame with Cinder. And of course, we have to feature those very notable top-end utility cards like Salem and Neapolitan, as well, as those are extremely strong cards in Ruby's arsenal. So with that out of the way, let's head on back to Tony to take a look at our next deck.
So, our next deck, we have Alan Liu representing Sword Art Online with another deck that we have seen before, but with a different twist on it. Alan Liu with the deck name Alan Liu Rumble Online, very normal, but yeah, like we just said, this is the 8 standby SAO list. It plans to just overwhelm the board using the 1-1 Silica and the 2-2 Lisbeth, just to like provide a very strong offensive. And you couple that in conjunction with that 3-2 Asuna, the attack in waves, to just get that little bit of also some board control, get some hard removal into this standby metagame. Being able to remove your opponent's encores just kind of deprives them of valuable attackers. But what we do see in Alan's deck that we didn't see before was the 0-0 Silica, the close call Silica, being able to climax combo with one of the standby triggers that we see there to be able to gain us a bit more advantage. Now, with that out of the way, it's a very simple deck, but it has very niche intricacies. Let's see what else it might be up against with deck number 4.
Here we have yet another Sword Art deck, played by YB. This deck is definitely not what you would be seeing from most Sword Art lists, I don't think. We have the level 3 Last Shot Xenon, something that's been popular throughout, probably 5+ years now in the format. We've seen this deal 4 damage, definitely a threat that's going to end a lot of games. But the rest of the package here is relatively new cards compared to it. We see the Ordinal Scale level 1 Xenon combo, and we see a lot of utility cards from both Ordinal Scale and some of the new Alicization sets, with the Eiji and Yuna Zero and the Kazuto Brainstorm. This is a pretty unique deck. It has a lot of very cool combos between cards where they interact very well together, lots of act power pumps, and the Xenon level 1 combo enabling a lot of top check shenanigans with different other cards to hit effects. Randall, why don't you show us the next deck?
Sure thing, Connor. Taking a look at our 5th deck, we do have Asuna, another member of the stream gameplay team from yesterday's games, and Asuna is going to be on that 8 standby. That time I got reincarnated as a slime, a very powerful defensive deck, being able to utilize that 2-2 Geld when standbyed out starting from level 1. Using his sack self ability to give 4,000 power to any of the characters that are being attacked. This allows you to maintain board extremely well on the defense, leading into that powerful Drago Buster Milim finisher. An extremely powerful finisher with the Drago Buster event that potentially allows you to deal great amounts of damage against even the most compressive decks. In fact, some might even say that it is more effective against compressed decks than not. Now, let's head on over to Tony for deck number 6.
And deck number 6, please. Oh, it is deck number 6. So Joey Chen will be also playing 8 standby slime here. A few things to mention between the difference between Joey and Asana's is the inclusion of a Blow from Above Rimuru. The prior list showed the yellow Rimuru, which was able to do a similar effect, but a Blow from Above is able to have the benefit of being able to fill your waiting room very quickly to get those Gales out of deck into your waiting room, so that way you're always going to be able to have them live on the turn that you combo off with their 1-0 swept along Rimuru to get those twin drives, to get all those standbys out, just to develop that board very quickly. All in all, the strategy is very simple and it is very similar to the prior deck. We are looking to develop our very strong board, and into the endgame, we are looking to combo off of Drago Buster Milim with the Drago Buster event to try and finish our opponent off. I do want to give point outs to a very cool tech option here in the 2-1 counter, Taking a Break Rimuru, having the effect to not only remove a card from your field, but also to give minus soul. You are able to manipulate the damage that is incoming, and that might make a huge difference into what might happen in these top 8 rounds. Now let's take a look at the deck number 7. Connor, take it away.
All right, for our 7th deck here, we have the threat itself, Data Live, played by Tangjiro. This is going to be the 8 standby Data Live build. It's pretty much what we've come to know and love as the top of the meta deck, playing very strong 1-1 and 2-2 characters, with the Kurumi level 3 providing a modal finisher. It's very hard to escape its grasps when it has 3 different options to finish you, whichever one works the best. However, we do see one unique card in this list that we haven't seen before, and that is the level 0 Kurumi Anti-Runner. A very powerful meta call, going to be able to stop things like Kaguya-sama's level 0 K, going to be able to stop the 1-1 Yoshino in the mirror, and plenty of other cards that act as runners or chasers or just other utility level zeros, going to be able to threaten them and provide a better early game. Randall, why don't you show us the last deck?
Of course. And in our last slot, we have Samuel, the returning champion from Bushiroad Springfest Online 2021, once again repping his rather unique spread for Data Live, his 3-choice 5 standby deck. So this is a deck that we went over, obviously, at BSFO. It has a very unique playstyle compared to normal Data Live decks, having the option to spec into the level 1 Kotori combo, of which he only does run 2 copies. And the idea here is that because Kotori combo is able to get you so much advantage off of even just a single copy, you don't need to run too many, and you have the option to go into that if the choice climax is the one that you are drawing in the early game. Now, we are seeing some new additions here from the recent release Data Bullet Extra Booster, specifically the level 0 Riki Kurumi, as well as the level 0 Sawa. So those 2 cards are hopefully going to lead Sam to some pretty nice gameplay throughout this top 8. So, are you guys excited for these games? We have a lot of really, really neat decks. Not something that you would see every day. Like, we have this 3-choice 5 standby Data Live. Obviously, a lot of players are used to like just the 8 standby variant, but this deck having the flexibility to go either way is really cool. And then we also have that very exciting Sword Art Online deck that I'm hoping we get to see today, especially with all those Shinon cards, as Shinon is my favorite Sword Art character.
I think one of the main things to note about our top 8 is like how diverse each of the decks are. I think between these 8 decks, the only 2 similar decks would be the 2 decks for the time I got reincarnated as a slime. And even then, each player has brought their own flavor, and hopefully that kind of flavor to their deck is able to help them win out in the matches. Connor, what do you think about what we see from our top 8 at the moment?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for this top 8. First off, getting to see Sam back in with the 3-choice 5 standby. It sort of blew people's minds the first time when it won in Springfest. And it's great to see that he hasn't even switched off of it. He's still just repping that same deck and ready to take it to the top again. But also with the Sword Art decks, some cool builds there. Ruby's first time in top 8. Just all these sets that have come out since our last tournament that we're getting to see actually represented and showing off their strengths.
Now, I have a question for each and every one of you in chat and for my fellow co-commentators as well. We now know our top 8. We only knew about 50% of them going into top 8 from yesterday. But after having seen each of the decks, after having seen each of their plays, after having seen each of their options, what are your predictions on what we'll see in the top 4, the top 2, and eventually the grand champion of this weekend's Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 Weiss Schwarz tournament? Randall, give me your thoughts.
I think it would be really exciting to actually see, as much as people really want to see decks like other than Data Live going into those top spots, is, Data Live seen as we've said before, like the boogeyman kind of the English format. I would really like to see Samuel actually come back and take it once again with this really interesting build that he's brought. Not only that first time, but just bringing it back a second time for the run back, I think would be a really fun story for the community, even though it's Data Live.
Now, Connor, what do you think? What are you hoping to see at the top tables?
Yeah, I definitely agree with Randall that seeing Sam pull through would be awesome. However, personally, I'm rooting for Ruby. I think it would be great for one of the English original sets to finally really show off how strong they can be and take the championship.
I have to agree with both of you as well. I definitely do want to see Samuel be able to rep the deck and the climax ratios that he brewed up to another champion, to kind of solidify that this deck is a very strong option as well for Data Live, and you don't always have to go towards that 8 standby. But I also agree with Connor. I do want to see Ruby win out on top as well. As we saw in the different representations between the different regions, AO and AU not having that much Ruby, whereas NA has a lot more Ruby. It would be a very cool narrative to put that in the NA-LA region, Ruby, a very Western media franchise, would be able to take it on top as well. Now,
right.
With that being said, it does look like the players are about ready, so I think we don't have to go over the decks again. Let's see what we have for Game 1. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
All right, so looking like our first game is going to be featuring a Sword Art Online mirror match in the quarterfinals. So we're going to be getting to see those the 8 standby going up against the double Shinon combos deck.
Right, so it looks like YB will be starting off with the strongest turn 0 play, and that is the Kirito Mill Runner. We do see Alan Liu is one of the better going second place. The clean cut Kirito go into the clock. However, against a runner, you are hoping that your opponent misses. Let's see what Alan can do on the swing back to try and get some leverage in this level 0 game. We do see the level 0 Silica assist come out, and what will it be assisting here?
It is interesting to note, the last time we saw 8 standby Sword Art, it was actually opting to play these runners, but Alan has chosen the clean cuts instead, and we see their weakness here against matching up against runners, where it's not going to be able to get a reverse on the first turn.
And that being said, I do think that the clean cut holds a lot of value in this particular 8 standby and sword art in general, just because you have access to some very, very strong back row utility level 0s, such as the Stage Silica, as well as the Lifa Amagi.
Now, unfortunately for Alan, it looks like we are going to put both of the Stage Silicas onto the board. Unfortunately, this not very strong enough, and I wonder if the option here was to actually front and crash into the runner, so that way, when YB was to have a clean cut, would not be able to gain value out of it, but it does look like it was a side attack, so that clean cut will get value if it is in YB's grip. Let's take a look at what happens here. And there it is, just like we said, there's the clean cut, and there's a back row support to pull to the back as well. Very strong level 0 option line here between the Lifa and the clean cut. Randall, what do you think?
I think it's very interesting that YB has actually chosen to play this Summer Festival Suguha level 0. Another great back row card that can serve as an excellent clean cut target, as we are seeing right here. Summer Festival Suguha is a card that we saw previously on yesterday's stream in Dan O'Man's Lifa Suguha waifu deck. And even though he's not taking advantage of its climax combo in this particular game, its other 2 effects still very strong, being able to use that Act Rest Herself to give a character power, especially in combination with the Lifa Amagi that will allow you to give even further power upon using an act ability.
Definitely agree with what we see here. And we did manage to see in YB's deck a very strong defensive level 1 lineup game alongside the Asuna counters as well. So even on the defensive, YB's deck is able to put out a lot of power and surprisingly a large amount as well, in conjunction with, just like what you said, the fond of her brother Lifa. Conjunction that with the counter, we're getting 3k out of nowhere, being able to actually beat standby decks on the defensive, being able to get the Global Soul with the direct attacks. But here over on Alan's side of things, we also see the crackback with another clean cut, saving the card for a better day, being able to also get a standby out. Now that we're level 1, bringing out the 2/2 Liz. In conjunction with the standby now, we are going to be able to save the on-stage Silica.
You actually have to wonder here if the choice is going to be to save that Sage Silica or the level 0 Kazuto, as those are both powerful back row cards that he might want to keep. Now, also worth noting that on Alan's side, he did just get sent straight into mid-level 1, and he just does not have a great board developed yet. And taking a look at that standby triggered on the second attack, this is actually going to render the clean cut basically useless. He's going to be standbying the Silica level 0 combo to his back row, and unfortunately that does mean that he is not going to be able to save either of these powerful back row profiles, as we see YB with some additional cancels just staying there at this low level. Meanwhile, Alan already at that mid-level 1, might get even pushed to level 2 soon, but as we said before, maybe that is a blessing in disguise for Alan, as it will allow him to bring out very powerful cards early in the game with his standby triggers.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the positions where you see why our other 8 standby players might have chosen the runner. Just sort of the awkward timings with triggering standby on a turn that you plan to use the clean cut effect to pull something into the backstage.
And we do see YB opt to use the AG Clockriki Nia clone, as we'll call it, to be able to search the deck to try and find playables, or to sculpt his hands towards the level 1. Now, aside from that, what can YB do? Hopefully, we are going to find that level 0 Lifa come onto the board in conjunction with the Summer Festival to be able to buff the board a bit. If we also have another copy of a clean cut as well, we're going to be able to play an extended level 0 game and just build up a massive amount of stock going into level 1. Now, we are fairly uncompressed after all of those very unfortunate or fortunate, depending on how you look at it, cancels. So we are looking to get out of deck 1 very quickly as well.
Now, taking a look at YB's board, as he is still stuck at level 0, he is going to still be able to clear most, if not all, of this board here on Alan's board, as it is consisting basically of just random level 0s that were left around from previous levels, and Alan was not able to develop a lot of level 1s. So YB is going to get a triple clear here on this board, and then we're going to need to see what he's going to be able to do going into his level 1 game. Actually slamming a Climax here. Gonna look to get some extra soul off of that Summer Festival Suguha. When a Climax is placed, reveal the top card of your deck, and then if that card is an avatar or net character, you can assign 1k power, or sorry, 1 soul to a character of your choosing. Now, we also do see that level 1 Shinon combo on top of the deck. He could choose to use his Lifa Amagi here, pay 1 stock, allow him to get some milling, as we said, as he's out a lot of Climaxes already. He might want to get some milling done with that, but also be able to pick up that copy of the Shinon level 1 combo to use at level 1.
And off of the Lifa Amagi, we're going to go ahead and find 3 copies of the runner, but we do manage to get, just like you said, that level 1 copy of one of our combos. Now, I do see that the Climax that we did choose to play was the gate that is comboing with said, so it might indicate to Alan that we do have another copy of the Climax in hand. Now, Alan also taking that 3 damage, going straight to 1/6. We are hoping for some lucky cancels here, but we're going to take another 3 damage, 6 damage in 1 turn, going straight to level 2. Oh, it's not a good look for Alan. We're also losing both of those Yuis, a very strong card that might be able to pull off a very strong comeback, being able to not only stock flush our opponent, but also get the defensive scry if we were able to stand by it out. Connor, what do you think?
I think one interesting thing we saw that turn, actually, YB almost attacked the runner first, and we've seen a lot of, in our games, counters messing up attack order, especially with clean cuts or with the spoon. and choosing to attack into the clean cut first, with Alan being already at level 1 and having access to backups, potentially stopping him from saving one of his characters there.
Yeah, definitely good foresight from YB's end of things, and it just goes to show sometimes, even if not for damage reasons, for board power, for board control, for board presence, attack order does matter, and being able to recognize that kind of things is what separates the good from the great. Now, heading over to Alan's side, it looks like we are opting to push the 0-0 Silica up to the front row. And sitting at 2-3 here, it does look like we did opt to clock as well, as we did manage to cancel the last attack. But sitting at 2-3 while looking at YB's 0-6, it has to be a scary look for Alan. Oh, what has to go well in Alan's side of things for Alan to try and make it through this game? Randall, give me some of your thoughts.
So definitely just like looking at the state of Alan's board right now, having to push up that 0-0 Silica into his front row is very telling about his position in the game right now. It means that he doesn't have additional good attackers in hand to put onto the board to be able to use that Silica Climax combo while she's still in the back row, being able to bounce herself, top check, add. It also means that he might not even have like a lot of standby play here to try to get back into the game. Looks like, unfortunately, only being able to go with 2 attackers, going to be standbying out that Lifa's Pure Wish to the front row. He is going to be able to bolster his board a bit. Oh, maybe choosing a different card. Perhaps choosing not to standby at all.
I wonder if it's a color issue. Do we know what the first color in his level zone is?
It doesn't look like red to me.
Without red, we won't be able to even play the standby. So we're going to have to just attack as is. 2 attacks in at level 2-3. We want to stand by, but at the same time, we don't want to stand by because we need to get those cancels to try and catch up with the damage disparity. But just as I jinxed it, there comes the standby out, and we will still get the Leafless Pure Wish out onto the board regardless. Now, unfortunately, that Lisbeth, because it does require each of our other characters onto the board, that Elizabeth is still not very large and could succumb actually to that 1-0 Shinon combo that we were talking about, in conjunction with the back row being able to pump such a large amount of power.
Yeah, looking like that Lisbeth is currently only sitting at about 9,000 power at most.
Looking into this level 1 game here for YB, we know that he has copies of the level 1 combo as well as the changer into it. And considering that he played a Pants Climax last turn, it's highly likely that he has another copy ready to go in his hand. Looking at the power lines, the Shinon combo gains 500 power for each of your other avatar or net characters. So on a full board, it is going to be 6k with the Climax 7. And with the combination of the level 0 Suguha and Lifa in the back row, those 1k pumps can bring that Shinon up to that 9k power level on the Lisbeth. And assuming YB is unable to contest that level 3 Lifa, which I think is pretty much going to be the case here, that Lisbeth is not going to be able to use her pay 1 effect to save herself. And in fact, we are actually just going to see the swimsuit Suguha here, which is going to get even bigger than the Shinon combo. Oh, is he actually going to try to contest multiple lanes here, actually? Maybe he's choosing to contest the Lifa Pure Wish instead of the Lisbeth 2-2. That would make sense if he is able to reach that power level. And seeing as Alan clocked a counter on his previous turn, I don't know if that means that he has a second counter in his hand ready to go, but we may see this Lifa getting wiped off the board. Here, using the Shinon changer into the 1-0 combo allows you to change into that combo for free, but also getting the benefit of that on-play top check to rearrange ability, which sets up multiple abilities very well. Not only the level 0 Summer Festival Suguha in order to gain the +1 soul, guaranteeing that the top check hits, but also potentially guaranteeing that this Shinon combo, which is a top check, add an avatar or net character, it's going to potentially guarantee that that hits as well.
And it looks like YB is actually going to opt to first front into the Pure Wish. Yeah, and actually going to tie and get rid of that standby out target very quickly here. And is opting to leave the 2-2 Lisbeth on board as I guess YB does assume it to be less of a threat, and sending Alan straight to level 3. Now, we do have the red now, at least, so we have some solace about being able to get all 3 colors to be able to play our climaxes from hand. But even then, not something we do want to see happen to us.
So we are seeing there on YB's third attack, we are seeing a side attack using that additional soul given by the Summer Festival Suguha to side for 1 here, as Alan has just been taking all this damage. I think YB decided that going for the side attack here was the better choice, as it allowed an easier time of sticking any amount of damage rather than allowing that attack to potentially get canceled. He would rather deal 1 damage guaranteed. Well, not guaranteed, but he would rather have an easier chance of dealing 1 damage here rather than going for 3 and having that potentially get canceled altogether, especially considering the huge lead in damage that he currently has.
Now, over on Alan's end of things, we do manage to put out some healers, try and hopefully stabilize us with a strong board. But we do know that from last turn, Alan does have another standby. So between the 2 options here, we see the Attack and Waves Asuna, we see the Leafus Pure Wish. It is now that Alan has 7 life to play with. And you got to use those cancels to their utmost potential here. To try and stabilize on this level 3 board, try and just provide a defensive option so strong that YB eventually does lose resources, and Alan's able to crawl back into the game, but ripping that cancel off the top is not what we want to see. Getting that other standby as well, at least being able to make the board full and that much stronger, but YB responds with another cancel, and the last attack for 2. Maybe sending YB to 2, not sure, but we'll see what happens here. Randall, what do you think?
So we are seeing YB here getting that first deck refresh before hitting level 2. That's exactly what you want to see out of these 1k1 decks. And a big part of this was thanks to being able to mill out the deck quickly using various effects, such as the level 0 Leafa back row. You definitely want to be hitting that first refresh before hitting level 2, as it allows you to get some nice clock compression. You get to keep those cards in your clock from going back in with the refresh.
It is definitely interesting to note that YB did miss his combo last turn as well on the top check, finding an anti-damage counter. So we'll have to see if that ends up hurting him in the long run. If Alan's able to cancel, it's going to be hard for YB to keep board now, with 2 back rows providing just a ton of power to Alan's board.
Yeah, it is notable to take a look at the deck list and see that YB actually is running 2 cards that give him, or 3 cards rather, that give him a lot of play still while at level 2, those being the 2-1 Shinon that allows him to potentially beat over level 3s, which Alan has already developed, as well as the 3-2 Link Strike Shinon early play and Yuna early play. However, we aren't seeing either of those cards. We're instead just seeing triple chumps here. YB playing the hokey pokey against Alan, trying to just chip him ever closer to that lethal range. And taking a look back at Alan's list, he is running 6 healers, 3 copies of the Lisbeth early play, as well as 3 copies of the Silica. So depending on how many of those he has prepared in his hand, he might be in a decent position to try to heal himself back down on these upcoming turns and keep himself out of that lethal range that YB's trying to chip him into.
And at the same time, we actually saw YB asked for a waiting room count of those stock swap Yuis. YB being able to accumulate a lot of clean stock here knows that now that there is a comeback method in Alan Liu's toolbox to be able to decompress him to a very dangerous state, and because of how much we'll be having to crash into our opponent's board, might cause him his demise.
One big detail that I do want to look at here is that despite those 2 Yuis both going back into the refresh, the methods to get them are not very wide. It's basically just the Kazuto level 0 Brainstorm that will allow him to search it from the deck. His other option for search is the level 3 Asuna Attack and Waves that is already on the board, acting as a support, unable to use that on-play searchability. So let's just see what methods Alan could possibly use to get to that Yui, or if he doesn't even want to go for the Yui right now at all, what cards is he going to go for, and what sort of game plan is he going to employ to try to get into a safe range. We already did see that money counter from Alan, that anti-damage, just to try to keep him at as low a damage as possible and keep him very far from dying here at this fast-paced game.
I think if you're Alan, like right now, it feels like hopefully every turn you're able to draw into another copy of the money counter, since you'll be able to attack 3 times to generate the stock for it. But at the same time, hopefully that does get you 1 cancel per turn for free, and you're looking to cancel off the 2 off the top as well to try and just make the most use of all of your climaxes each turn to try and just stay at level 3, not take too much damage. Find some heals, get those heals out for playability. Put your clock back into the waiting room. Put your clock back into stock using the Elizabeth, and just kind of sit here and durdle as you slowly try and knock YB's position out. But the scary thing about this is, because Alan Liu is providing a very strong board with a lot of 2-soul attackers, the more and more compressed that YB becomes as the game goes on, the harder and harder it just gets to actually deal damage to YB. Because with these 3-soul attackers, it just becomes that much more likely to cancel each time you attack into open. And just like we're saying here, that's another cancel over on YB's ends of things. Going to trigger here for 4 here into a very compressed deck. We do see that cancel on a perfect 4 as well. And here's a clean attack for 3 here. We're also going to see another cancel. YB is running away with this game faster than the eye can see. Hopefully, Alan Liu is able to respond back with some of his own cancels, but YB here will now enter level 2. And with the level 2 play, not too much to do here except for another set feud of chump attackers, but with the deck looking like this now, we are probably looking to, once again, refresh into another compressed deck state. Unfortunately, we did just level up, so we did lose a lot of clock compression there. But with how much deck control that YB's deck actually has, between that 1-0 Xenon that we see there on the board now, being able to actually look at the top 2 to try and decide our trigger options and how we want to play it, we do have ways of actually getting what we need on top of our deck for certain skills, such as the Climax combo with the Amagi as well. And we do see that early play Link Strike Xenon come out, being able to actually choose what we wanted to draw. Now, very beautiful board of Xenons. Randall, you probably have something to say about this.
Yeah, so there's definitely a combination coming up that YB might take advantage of. We need to take a look at the Link Strike Xenon for that. She does have a restander ability. When the center slot character attacks, you can pay 1, discard 2, and then mill 3. And if within those 3 cards there is a climax, you are able to restand the Link Strike Xenon. So the combination here is going to be utilizing the level 1 Xenon's top check add climax combo in order to dig closer to that climax for the mill. So what he's going to want to do here on that center attack, in fact, he's probably even going to do it right now in order to have a very easy way to pay out that climax that he just triggered. Probably going to use the top check add. And then now he basically has 4 cards to check for a climax for that Xenon restand, because if the Xenon combo had missed the top check, then that means that it's just a climax on top. But unfortunately for YB, not seeing the climax here after all, and you do have to pay the cost before you mill those 3, so he is losing out on a bit of resources. Thankfully, one of those was a climax that was just salvaged off the pants trigger that he got on the first attack.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of climaxes flying around this turn on YB's side, from the one he played to the 2 now he's triggered, and the ones he discarded. But it looks like he was able to get most of them, at least, back into his waiting room for this refresh.
And over on Alan's side of things, did have another copy of the money counter, being able to negate one of the attacks, actually choosing to use it on the level 3 Xenon's attack, and now having to deal with 2 damage coming from taking the bigger damage, since more likely to cancel there, and then use the money counter on the 2 if you were to cancel. Now, obviously, if Alan has another copy of the money counter in hand, again, that argument is rendered mute, and we're just going to be able to walk away from this turn fairly unscathed, except for that initial damage we took from the first swing. Let's hopefully see what happens here.
Gonna get some precision cut requests. Gonna see what we're gonna be triggering off the top. First, we have to resolve that refresh damage, and it is going to be a trigger for 3. Let's see if Alan can cancel this 3. He does.
We do get the cancel. That is good to see. Being able to keep the board as well, actually. Oh, I wonder what... how did that Elizabeth stay?
I'm pretty sure the plan for YB was to side attack there, actually. The side attack into the level 2 for 1 damage. I think maybe... what ended up happening was he used that top check to rearrange on the level 1 Shinon, identified that after the draw 1 from the Link Strike Shinon, he would have a Pants Climax on top of the deck so that when he side attacks with the Link Strike Shinon on the first attack, it will be for 2, and then potentially getting a restand off and being able to once again attack for 2 with a front attack the second go around. However, he was unable to get that restand. Yeah, that would also explain why Alan elected to use the money counter on the center, as he might just not have had the choice to use the money counter on that Link Strike Shinon due to it side attacking on the first attack.
Bring up a really good point there. And Alan Liu going through the turns does find the damage scry Yui, but when you're sitting at 3-5, that damage scry doesn't really do too much for you here. Now, I'm going to swing it back to YB's end of things. Randall?
Yes, the damage scry, typically in this sort of build, you want to be bringing out these damage scries as early as possible, as the damage scry ability, when you take damage, you get to look at the top card of your deck and either leave it on top or send it to waiting room, allowing you to get all this dirty damage off the top of your deck, but its effect only does anything if you can afford to take damage. So in this deck, Alan would have liked to be able to bring that card out at level 2 as early as possible. Like 2-0 is definitely the optimal time to bring that Yui out. And that is why he runs 2 copies, allowing one of them to be brought off of the standby and a second copy to be potentially used from hand in order to take advantage of that stock swap ability. Now, YB here going to be going in with the level 1 Shinon combo once again, swinging in for triple 2s, triple lethal here.
I appreciate that he put the +2, or he put the +1 soul on the backstage.
Just to make sure everything would be only for 2. And there we go. That is the game. YB being able to bring SAO into top 4 with his variation of the deck, playing 2 Shinon combos versus Alan Liu's 8 standby deck.
Yeah, I think he definitely displayed a lot of power in these very irregular combinations of cards out of the Sword Art Online card pool. Cards like that level 0 Suguha back row Summer Festival in combination with the Lifa. In addition, you get that back row utility on the Lifa, being able to mill through the deck. It shores up for the weakness in the Shinon level 1 combo, being unable to really go through the deck as it just has a top check add ability, so only able to go through 1 card at a time.
I think a lot of what this game depended on was what we saw in the level 0 game. Not being able to present any of your strong level 0 plays in the runner in the clean cuts against YB, who was able to run rampant with the runner clean cut, being able to amass a very strong 4-stock pool to play with very quickly as well. Just very strong play by YB all around, but Alan Liu as well, having some unfortunate damage being taken, but definitely playing to his outs. Unfortunately, did see a lot more triggers than wished, but still being able to develop that really strong board, still being able to attempt to stick damage, and unfortunately it didn't happen for him. Connor, what did you think?
Yeah, we definitely saw one of the downsides of standby decks there, where early game, he wasn't able to push as much damage due to not having 1k1s, and just having to... it hurt that he could only attack twice one of his turns as well, but just low damage output early, and then by the time he was able to get all those direct attacks, swinging for 3s and 4s, his opponent was able to refresh on compressed decks, and at that point it was just too late to catch up.
Yeah, I think another important distinction here, taking a look at Alan's list, is the lack of the 1-0 Lisbeth that I feel like a lot of these 8 standby Sword Art Online decks are opting to play. Would offer some costless attackers at the early stages of the game, and it also offers additional good standby targets to really hold down the board at that level 0 game. Unfortunately, in Alan's case here, unable to bring out any level 1s at all, just unable to get any standbys. And unfortunately, that did have a really big impact on his early to mid game, basically making him unable to really make a great offensive board presence outside of that one copy of the 2-2 Lisbeth that he brought out at level 1.
Yeah. So to say, such is what happens sometimes when you get Weissed. Now, I'm excited to bring us to the next rounds in the top 4 and then finally the top 2. But before that, we're going to take a quick break so that way we can recollect ourselves and get the next round ready for all of you viewers.
Hello everyone, my name is Kelvin and I'm the winner of Weiss Schwarz on BSFO 2021 EU region, and been delighted to be here in this interview. I play mostly Vanguard and Weiss in Australia regions. I sometimes travel to New Zealand, and really love to be here in BRO. So like any other big tournaments for Bushiroad games or other card games, I think the most important part is to test, and I'm probably the worst at doing that. But unfortunately, I have really good friends who will just push me and help me get the decks right and test our streaming setups. So just a lot of getting it done right before the actual event. And when it's showtime, we just roll the camera. I think most of us wouldn't have like a playmat-sized empty space on our desk, so we definitely need to make some adjustments on the work table. And other than that, we find out things like glare can make the games difficult. So you want to like place your cards or like your lighting in certain positions so the games will go smoothly. I guess the biggest key difference between the usual events and the online events is, you don't have that sense of going to your locals and talking to your friends. But there are other alternatives. I think you just have to be a bit more active online and, find your mates, talk to them, just have, the game's more fun with more people. So, I think you really need to get into the community and be involved. Okay, so actually my first event was actually all the way back in 2012. That was WS Grand Prix in Melbourne, and that was a just new experience for me back then, and took a bit of a break and sort of came back active around 2016, 2017, and that's when my great friends Kai and Mark, we started playing a bit more seriously, and we're doing quite well since then. And I believe in the last few years we have I've gone to 2 worlds myself, but all these big events and the worlds is just an amazing experience. I think most of us will relate card games with people that we play with all the time, your locals, what they play like, and when you go out there it's just widely different how people can play these games that are just 50 cards in the deck box. So previously I would only go to tournaments in my local area or like within Australian region or sometimes New Zealand, never really beyond that. And it's all sort of the same, but with online tournaments you get to be with everyone from different time zones. You'll be playing at like 10 p.m. and they'll be like 2 a.m. It's just like different time zones, a lot of different language. People call card effects differently, and it's just a lot of new experience, one player after another, and that keeps it very exciting. It's almost like it's a mini worlds, which is hard to believe. I mean, considering this is also the first time they run an online event, I would have to say most regions run it very smoothly. And when there are times in between rounds when nothing's happening and maybe you're not too sure because there's no PA announcements, etc., I think it's the time where you just go back to your own Discord server and have a chat with your friends, talk how your rounds go, or maybe if you find new friends during the tournament, that's even better. So you gotta fill those time slots with what makes the event interesting. Because it can be quite easy for you to just sit in, play one round and do nothing till the next round, but you can get yourself a bit more involved, and that's where you find the fun. Okay, so it's probably I did the craziest run during the Vanguard week because I think I joined all 9 events. Yes, I did join all 9 events, and at one point I think I was playing card games for 14 hours straight, so I was pretty dead. But yeah, I think definitely you do want to keep yourself hydrated, keep yourself well fed, not too much, just enough to get you going. And you know, if you finish your round early because you get super lucky or unlucky, make use of that time. You know, take your bathroom breaks, take your small meals, and that will keep your engine running. You gotta complete the BRO or BSFO gauntlet. Try to prepare as much as you can. Have a test call with one of your friends. Make sure the camera is all right, the lighting's all right. But most importantly, try to have fun. Be considerate to other players and the stuff, because it can be quite challenging to run this event, if you can imagine. And most importantly, yeah, just enjoy yourself and enjoy the event, the vibes. So it's a bit odd because I actually won the Weiss tournament, but main game is in Vanguard. I did get one top 8 in the NA region for V. But we also have a Vanguard channel on the WCC, or World Class Card Fighters. Yes, it's World Class Card Fighters. Well, we upload a lot of YouTube content thanks to Kai, and you might see me there every now and then. So yeah, have a look and let us know what you like in the comments.
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes. and we are back again, ready to bring you some more live coverage of the top 8 in Bushiroad Rumble Online for the Weiss Schwarz tournament for 2021. What did you guys think about that game? That Sao versus Sao mirror match. Like, not really a mirror match, but like both representing the series in their own way. And it looks like YB was just able to Moto Hayaku a bit faster than Alan Liu was. Get that Starburst stream out before we were able to even realize how quickly we were taking the damage. Randall, what was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about the way each of those players was able to construct their early to mid game. We had, from YB's side, a lot of easy preparation through a combination of his own clean-cut Kirito being able to take advantage of the opponent's level 0 plays, in addition with being able to utilize that Yuna and AG Riki effect to search out his level 1 game. Meanwhile, as we said during the game, on the 8 standby side, Alan elected to, instead of running the runner, he did run the clean cut himself. And while that is able to get some advantage with these level 0s, unfortunately, on YB's side, through use of both the runner and the clean cut in his list, he was able to have a very flexible level 0 game.
Connor, what did you think about the game?
Definitely, I think one of the important things was the flexibility that Randall mentioned there. We just got to see in action sort of one of the strategies that people often push on, like how to beat the 8 standby decks, is just to push more soul damage and rush them into high levels before they have a chance to set up, and put them in a position where their decks without global soul climaxes can't do enough damage back. And I think we definitely saw that in action. But that being said, that seems like a weakness of standby, yet looking at our top 8 today, we had 5 decks that were playing 8, or not 8, but at least 5 or more standby triggers. So what do y'all think on the decisions behind that? Is standby that strong right now, or do we just see maybe some of the better players here opt for standby today?
In my opinion, I think it might have to lend to the fact that 8 standby is a bit simpler to play. You don't really have to scope your hand for a level 1 combo. You do have to scope for a level 3 combo in the case of Data Life, obviously. But a lot of the times, just by attacking 3 times and trying to like play with the top of your deck, you're able to do what 8 standby is able to do, and that is to bring out the large characters from your bin onto the board. So you don't really have to dig heavily through your deck using like technology such as the Riki, whereas as you see in Data Live, they do play Rikis, but mostly to actually level bump them from 0 to 1 to be able to get real characters onto the board rather than to search for pieces that they need. A lot of the times the pieces that they need is just ways to so they can like draw more standbys to try and like get closer to a standby to trigger. And I think because of that, because of how less mentally taxing playing 8 standby could be in a tournament, that might be why we see a lot of people being able to enter the later stages of a tournament with a clearer head. Randall, what do you think about this option that I brought up?
I do think that 8 standby does want to have an adequate amount of mill, and the reason for that is because just the playstyle of 8 standby in general tends toward favoring the long game. The earlier that you can bring out your higher level characters, as well as the longer you're able to keep the game going, the more value you're able to get. You're able to keep those characters on board for several turns. You're able to get additional direct attacks over multiple turns over and over, as your opponent has to ideally crash their board in over several turns. And this causes your resources to go up. This causes your opponent's resources to go down over time. And for that reason, I do think that the compression is quite important. Being able to get to that first refresh, if you can do it, just like how a 1k1 deck would, trying to hit that first refresh before getting level 2, could be on the table for 8 standby as well. But I definitely do think that in terms of these varied decks that are playing standby, as we continue to see additional sets coming out, the ones that have the really, really great compression tools, I think really help these 8 standby decks to flourish in this current meta.
Now, we do know in the rest of our top 8 matches, we had 2 mirror matches between Slime versus Slime and Data Live versus Data Live. And in the last one, we have Ruby versus Love Life Sunshine. Now, I'm willing to bet all of my life savings that in the Slime versus Slime mirror match, I think Slime won. But in the Data Live versus Data Live mirror match, we do see two variations of the deck, one of them being the pure 8 standby versus Hikago Samuel's 5 standby 3 choice. In that kind of matchup, what do you think would come out on top, and what reasons why that would be? Connor, give me your thoughts here.
I would be willing to bet on Sam pulling this one out. I think we already saw in the Springfest tournament how his deck was built to sort of match up against the other 8 standby decks, having the option to play 1k 1 climaxes to push extra soul when necessary, and having the option with the Kotori Climax combo to refill his hand more often than the 8 standby builds are able to. And in the case where they're both sitting on big boards, sort of trading off, if Sam's able to keep the larger hand, he's going to either A, be able to grind out longer, or B, going to be able to sculpt more Kurumi combos into his hand for level 3 and potentially have a more explosive end game.
Brenda, what about your thoughts on that kind of matchup that we might be seeing the results of soon?
Yeah, I would have to agree with Connor on this one. Having the flexibility of the extra damage, sometimes, as we've seen in some other 8 standby matches, sometimes getting hit with a bunch of damage in the early to mid game can actually be a blessing in disguise, but that does depend on having the ability to bounce back from that early damage deficit, being able to extend for that long game, being able to get the value over multiple turns, and that does require you to have a pretty good mid to late game despite taking a lot of damage early. But I do think that as far as this 5 standby 3 choice Data Live goes, I think that flexibility is definitely going to help out Sam's build in the long run in this matchup.
I think the very unique thing that we see in Sam's build versus the pure 8 standby builds is that once we do hit that level 1, and we are able to resolve, like, even just one Kotori Climax combo, just the fact that she's able to dig from the top of the deck, being able to add from the top of the deck, the standby triggers should stay on top of the deck, even if you were to reveal one. So because of that, it's almost a way of actually forcing standby triggers, so that way you're able to get your 2/2s to the front rather than hard playing them from hand to get the 2/2s to the back. What do you guys think about that statement? Do you think like that might be like a very strong deciding factor as to why Samuel's board might actually be a bit stronger than intended?
Yeah, we definitely have seen in the past the 4 choice 4 standby focusing even harder on the Kotori combo, playing 4 copies of it, playing lots of early game ways, more similar like a 1k1 deck, to try to get these Kotoris to hand and field 2 or even 3 of them at level 1 in order to get effectively 9 trigger checks to find your standby triggers. We've seen that as a popular strategy to set up into fast early game into the slower, grindier late game with the Kurumi combo. None of those have made it to our top 8 today, but the same principle can apply to Sam's deck if he's able to do that at level 1, and potentially get some standbys out. I don't know with his setup if it's going to quite give him more standby triggers than an 8 standby deck, but it definitely lets him stay in the standby race while also keeping up the damage race.
Random, your thoughts on it?
I'd also like to actually emphasize the importance of the choice triggers themselves. Even though they are in the deck mainly to support this Kotori combo, giving Sam lots of options, we can't discount the fact that this Kotori combo, while it is also digging towards additional standbys, could also dig towards choice climaxes, and that could be very helpful in securing key pieces for the mid to late game. Things like more copies of the 3/2 Kurumi if he wants more heals, early play healers especially in the mid game, as well as the free fresh Kurumi counter. Those are cards that in a normal deck, typically the only way that you would be grabbing those are either off a brainstorm or grabbing them yourself off of a drop salvage. And so having these additional options to grab these cards, I think is very helpful in this particular build.
I think you bring up a really great point there. And then just like we said, I think the flexibility of having the choice on that choice trigger, whether to get that extra stock that you need to be able to have like a very strong level 3 turn going into the level 3 turn, or even to have the option to grab one of your really strong pieces into your hand so that way you're just able to be prepared. I hopefully that is what propels Sam to be able to win over the other matchups. But at the same time, there's also that very strong consistency boost of just having those 8 standbys, knowing that whatever climax you trigger going through your attack phase, it will always be a standby. And hard playing a standby and then being able to trigger a standby out as well, that's able to just like doubly impact the board in a way that sometimes maybe just doing the quarter into a standby won't. Either way, that is something we'll have to see once we do get round 4 ready. But last but not least, I want to talk about the last matchup that we didn't get to talk about yet, and that is the Ruby versus Love Live Sunshine matchup. We did see Chrono say yesterday on stream versus that 8 standby slime deck. Love Live Sunshine being able to produce a really strong board between the 2 Chicas and the 2 Yos, bringing them up to 14k, and then you can like even include the Rico support, bringing those like Chicas up to a 15.5k here. Now against Ruby, being able to have a deck like front such a really strong board, but very strong board, playing that level 1 door combo with the trial deck Ruby, needing to reverse your opponent, but knowing that our Love Live Sunshine opponent also plays those level 1 reversers. How do you guys think that matchup went? Randall, start us off.
So, as I explained a bit yesterday when we took a first look at the bracket, I do think that that level 2 game is going to be a really, really big area for these 2 decks to really duke it out. As you have on one end, you have these very powerful Chica Yo early plays, and on the other hand, you have an equally as powerful Cinder plus Blake early play package. And so those 2 packages, the Mirai Ticket, Chica Yo plus Rico, and the Blake Cinder, definitely going to be a huge point of contention between these 2 decks. One additional thing that I was actually thinking about in between yesterday and today's stream regarding this matchup was actually, it's a rather niche interaction, but I do think that it could potentially come up, is the interaction between Love Live Sunshine's level 0 Kanon and level 3 Salem. So when you're going into that late game, you do want to be actively using that Kanon to scout for burns for your level 3 Yos. And if you do see climaxes, they might be going to the bottom, and Salem might be coming out if the opportunity for a free fresh is, or sorry, not a free fresh. If the opportunity for a stock swap is not optimal, we might be seeing Salem just milling some climaxes off the bottom that were put there because they weren't valid burn targets for the Yo level 3.
It's a very interesting interaction you bring up as well. But Connor, go ahead. I think I needed to ask you as well what you thought about the Ruby versus the Sunshine matchup.
Yeah, I think Randall brings up a great point with the Salem there. It's a card that we haven't really seen put in much work in the games we've seen on stream, at least, with one of our Ruby decks not even playing red. So I think it's definitely a threat that the Sunshine has to, keep in mind. But I'm definitely also interested in like how the early game in that matchup went, with Neon Cat sort of fighting off the low level 0 count, as we said yesterday. Any runner that Sunshine puts on board for their like turn 1, turn 2 play is at risk of just immediately getting bottom decked. So that is probably, that game of footsies that we saw yesterday going to be a huge part of how the tempo takes the game into level 1 and level 2.
Yeah, and I think like that kind of like footsies gameplay, especially with the Neon Cats, is not something you really think about until you get hit by. Naturally ingrained in our body as Weiss Schwarz players, like even if we have a runner and we might even have a second copy of the runner in hand, just naturally through like hours of playing, through numbers of times playing the game, we'll just play that one runner, and it won't even occur to us that we had the option to actually offering up that second runner in the front row. And playing off the chance that our opponent is still not able to remove both of them at the same time, and trying to use that to try and counterplay the Neon Cats. Whereas Neon Cats herself is not large enough to actually run over any of the Yoshiko runners. And I wonder if that line even popped up into Chronos' head. It will be interesting to find out if it did. Now, last but not least, it is the mirror match, but we do need to talk about how mirror matches end up, and that is Slime versus Slime. Now, both of these players are on that A standby package, playing the level 1 Rimuru, being able to do the twin drives, get those guilds out very quickly onto the board, and produce a very strong defensive option. In the mirror match, what do you have to do to come out on top against your opponent playing the same deck? Because oftentimes in card games, it is mirror match that is the most skill testing ability to a player's skill. Connor, take us off.
I think a lot of it in the slime mirror match is going to come down to how many copies of the level 1 Rimuru combo you're able to resolve, because that's going to give a lot of additional stock. And that stock is going to be important for being able to pay 3 to Encore Gelt. Obviously, standby matchups are going to be very centered around winning board, and Geld being able to sack himself to provide extra power as a sort of pseudo counter is going to be the way that most of these players are probably going to be winning board on defense. And being able to pay 3 to Encore him is going to give a lot more opportunities to use that over and over again and constantly control the board state. So being able to get the additional stock to pay 3 more often, and with the Rimuru combo essentially being 2 trigger checks, well, it actually is 2 trigger checks for standby, that's both going to get you more Gelds into play and give you more stock to use their effect. So I think it's really going to come down to being able to get those Rimurus into play at level 1.
So you mentioned that it is very important to get those level 1 Rimurus into play level 1. So we did see one of the main differences between the two players' deck is one of them opted to run the actual level 1 Search Riki, and the other one opted to run the Mill Riki, we'll call it, trying to fill up your waiting room, but also like try and pick up. Randall, do you think that like the implications of choosing between one or the other in the mirror match might be one of the deciding factors?
Yeah, definitely. This is actually the point that I was about to touch on. So I do want to note the difference between the two profiles not only contributes to the ability to search for that level 1 Rimuru, but also contributes to the mill a bit. And in my opinion, I feel like since both players are running 4 copies of that Geld 2-2, I feel like the first copy getting into waiting room is a lot more important than any of the future copies. And I think that having that extra consistency from the Search Riki, being able to consistently get those additional copies of the level 1 Rimuru and have more security in being able to field as many of those as possible going into level 1 is really important. Additionally, the Search Riki also being able to clock yourself during the main phase, it's going to be very, very important in that mirror match, being able to hit level 1 first, because that means you're going to be able to establish the board defensively before your opponent has a chance to react. And the Search Riki being able to clock you potentially to level 1 during your own main phase instead of the I believe it's called the Strike from Above Rimuru in English. Blow from above Rimuru. Yeah, the fact that that one has to wait until it gets reversed, it's much slower. So ideally with that profile, you would want to be drawing it on your first turn probably, whereas the Search Riki, you have a lot more time to get into that, being able to play it and then potentially go into level 1 first, and then just establish that board advantage before the opponent has a chance to do anything about it.
I think you bring up some really great points about how that matchup might have gone. And I do hear that the matchups have finished. So why don't we take a look at the standings and the bracket as we go into our top 4 matches for the rest of the day. So it looks like Yuri was able to take it over Chrono Save playing Love Live Sunshine, so we will have Ruby in the semifinals. And just like we saw on stream, we saw YB take the win over Alan Liu, both players playing SAO, albeit very different builds. Randall, what do you think about the next 2 that we see there?
So we are seeing between the other 2, Asuna and Joey Chen, we did have the That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime mirror match, with Joey Chen's build coming out on top. And Joey Chen's was actually the one with the level 0 red Rimuru, the Blow from Above. So not going necessarily in the way that we described. Maybe he was able to get that early level 0 Rimuru. Maybe he was able to get that early level 1 lead, establish a board before Asuna had a chance to react. And in our 4th match, we had Tangjiro up against Samuel, and unfortunately Samuel not able to make his repeat appearance at the finals, and we do have Tangjiro with his version of Data Live, the pure 8 standby, taking it over Samuel.
I think it's a very cool narrative that's being printed here in the semifinals. Over on the top half of the bracket here, we actually see 2 1k1 decks go throw hands at each other there. And at the bottom side of the bracket, we see 2 8 standby decks throw hands down at there. So for our very grand finals, we will see a 1k1 versus the 8 standby deck, trying to once again recall back to yesterday what we said, how the meta was going to be shaping up as an 8 standby versus 1k1 deck. Connor, now that we know that Yuri is on that Ruby, now that we know that YB is on that double Shinon combo 1k1 package, what do you think about that matchup? Both players playing 1k1 decks, both players having very strong advantage engine, both players having very strong deck control. What do you think will be the deciding factor in this matchup between the two?
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be an interesting match, probably very fast-paced, with the 8 1k1s just constantly slamming soul damage into each other. I do think one thing that's going to make a difference, Ruby, as we've seen, has very high offensive power lines, and YB's deck was sort of built in a way that he could play pretty defensively, having the level 1 backups and the sister fond of her brother Lifa, which pumps additional power when you use an act ability, and the swimsuit Sugaha also gaining power when you use an act ability. And all of that together could, potentially give YB a way to defend against these high power lines, especially with the chance to, if you deny the first copy of the Ruby level 1 combo, it can't pump 2000 power into the next copy. So you can sort of chain that into denying multiple copies of the combo. And we might see that as sort of a strategy for Sword Art to pull it out over Ruby in the end.
Now, what kind of strategy would Ruby look to pull over Sword Art to try and get the win from them? Because we've seen the Ruby card pool and it is very robust, it is very strong. Do you think Ruby needs to win at level 0 so they can carry that momentum going to level 1, going to level 2? Because as we did see, Ruby does have a very strong level 2 package as well. Randall, give me your thoughts on this.
So taking a look at the level 0 lines, as we've seen in previous matchups, Yuri with his Ruby deck does have access to that Neon Cat, and as we saw in our round 1 feature match, YB is running the level 0 Kirito runner in his build, so Neon Cat may be able to contest that while also simultaneously thwarting the clean cut Kirito by potentially bouncing back to hand using her coin flip effect. Additionally, I feel like Yuri also has a big advantage at level 2 with the power of that Blake and Cinder early play package, whereas in YB's Sword Art Online build, he doesn't have nearly strong enough options to deal with those, especially when backed up by counters, even with his own level 2 that is basically designed to go on the offensive against level 3s.
Now, in the last matchup, we will see a matchup we never got to see on stream before, and that'll be a mirror match, not a real mirror match, but an 8 standby versus 8 standby matchup between Data Live and Slime here. Now, both decks, albeit still being 8 standby, play pretty differently. One of them actually having a level 1 combo where they look to get their board out, just like as we said before. The other one looking to just kind of play a game and let the standbys come to produce a really strong board. What do you guys think will be the deciding factor in this kind of game? Randall, take it off.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's going to depend on a lot of Gelds coming in, and it's just going to depend on a lot of, honestly, decision-making on the players' part themselves. We might even potentially see some side attacks here, just try to take the board defensively over the... that time I got reincarnated as a Slime player, as that Slime deck is super strong on the defense, not so much on the offense. So if you can maybe side attack into their board, generate some resources, and just wait it out, and then just try to get the edge on the defense, maybe that will be the strategy that our Dal player goes for.
What do you, Connor? What do you think about the matchup that we will see there?
Yeah, as Randall said, I definitely think the Gelds are going to be a key part of this matchup. And, you're in a spot where if Data Live hits level 1 first and is able to set up a large board with their standby triggers, Slime might have trouble, playing out their Rimarus and having them live on offense. Since the Rimarus are relatively small, this deck isn't playing like 1/1s or anything like that to contest board. It's just going for that 2 trigger checks, build stock, get the Gelds into play, and then win on defense that way. So we're really going to want to be seeing Slime hit level 1 first here, so that it can play the Rimarus into a weaker board, get them to survive on offense, and then get the Gelds in play and use the Gelds to defend against whatever Data Live is able to throw at it. So I think that's definitely going to be, the early game at least, what we're going to see. Very key part of the matchup. Later in the game, I think a lot of it's just going to come down to, results of how that early game went, which side is winning board, and the other side is probably going to be struggling on hand. Meaning we're going to see, strong board, transition into strong finisher, and it might end up pretty one-sided near the end if things go that way.
Now, I do want to also bring up the fact that Slime does have a very expensive turn 0 play, whereas Data Life not so much. A lot of the times, turn 0, you are hoping to find a pair of your brainstorms and any card that you can try and buff it up to 3-5 base, maybe 4k because of that 1k buff over turn, and then kind of establish at least 1/1/1 on the board that you can play through level 0. Whereas Slime, we do see the It's Delicious Millum being able to act as a chaser, a very strong 35 body, being able to chase anything weaker than it, force it to side into it so you have more time to play at level 0. Do you guys think that the extended level 0 game for Slime, or maybe having more bodies to actually validly attack with for Slime, might be a big contender into what the matchup would look like? Randall, give me your thoughts on this.
So I actually think that there's a rather interesting dynamic here in this game regarding that level 0 Millum that you just brought up. I think that if the Slime player is actually looking to hit level 1 first so he can secure that board with the Rimurus, which, by the way, they can't side attack either. So if Data Live is able to establish that early board, these Rimurus are going to be crashing in every single time. But if the Slime player does want to hit level 1 first, they could even go for the option of just not having the Millum move in front of characters. And they might just want to allow the opponent to direct attack, deal that extra damage to them so that they can hit level 1 first, and then they can establish that board.
Connor, what do you expect out of the level 0 game between these two? The level 0 footsies that is very so prevalent in current Weiss Schwarz.
Yeah, like Randall said, it's definitely going to be, I think, Slime's decision as to how fast the level 0 game goes. Data Live's level 0 is almost entirely just utility cards. They typically only play things out in the first couple turns to, attack, try to hit standbys, especially the trial deck Toka level 0, filtering a couple cards off the top of the deck to try to dig into early standby triggers. Whereas Slime, on the other hand, since it has the level 1 combo, is playing a more traditional level 0 line, going to be able to dictate the pace of this game, being able to both deal damage to itself and control where its characters are on the stage. Is probably going to be able to get whatever it wants moving into level 1.
What about your guys' thoughts about the technology that both decks bring? We do see that in Slime we have a very strong brainstorm in that Millum brainstorm, being able to just act as a brainstorm, but like once you get it to that level 3, being able to actually dig for any pieces that you're missing, namely the events for the Drago Buster. If you don't have the standby yet, you can also pick up the standby. Then you combo that off with the level 0/0 Soe, being able to just keep going through your deck until you find that missing piece. Do you think that increased consistency might make a strong factor between the two top ends versus Kurumi's tri-modal finishing effect, being able to decide whether to ping 3, deciding whether to stock flush your opponent or send clean cards back to the deck? Do you think that being able to force Drago Buster would be stronger? Randall, give me your thoughts on this.
Yeah, definitely think that level 0 duo between Millum and Soe, extremely strong in the late game in finding exactly what you want. You get so much dig with the Millum Brainstorm being able to grab more copies of herself, more copies of Soe, so that you can just keep going, digging more and more and more until you find the cards that you need. And I also want to give a special note to the Drago Buster event. It actually has a pretty interesting dynamic against Data Live's refresh counter option. So you have to come to a decision. Do I want to refresh counter myself out of like a perfectly normal deck state, or do I want to let the opponent's Drago Buster, this is assuming that the Slime player is able to secure that reverse and get out of the counter range, of course, but if you leave yourself in like a favorable deck state, that does set up the Data Live player to potentially get their deck destroyed by that Drago Buster event, as it is extremely powerful against compressed decks.
And I think you brought up a really good point, is that Drago Buster Millum does need a reverse. And in this kind of matchup, 8 standby versus 8 standbys, the boards are just naturally larger than what we expect. Do you think that the fact that Millum needing to reverse your opponent to actually have a finisher, whereas Kurumi is very selfish and not really caring about what your opponent has on the board, still being able to do something on their turn to either ping 2, paying 3, shuffle some things back, being able to manipulate your opponent's deck in a way regardless of what kind of things are on the opponent's board. Connor, do you think that reverse requirement will be a deciding factor in this game?
I honestly don't in the long run. I think that if Slime is able to build enough resources throughout the game by using its level 1 combo, it can just play the event straight from hand for 5 stock, getting a powerful finisher turn without needing a reverse that way. But we also see the Benimaru level 3 as a global 1500 can potentially get these Millims to absolutely ridiculous power levels. And Data Live unfortunately doesn't really have anything in like global power like this. It has the Kotori assist, but the side lanes are still not going to be enormous from that. Most of its lanes, even with a counter, aren't going to break 15,000 power or so. And I think Millim is definitely going to be capable of getting over that.
Now, that's pretty much it for the questions I have about the upcoming games. Do you guys have anything like important you want to point out, or any interesting lines that these two decks could do that we haven't really touched over that you'd be excited to have these top tier caliber players actually bring to the public with this stream?
Yeah, I think on my end, I would really like to see a double Geld in the front row play. This opens up a lot of options for you defensively, as well as offensively, by actually sacking Geld just to make sure that your opponent direct attacks and they're unable to crash could ensure the Slime player a free reverse with their Millim combo at level 3.
You, Connor, any like interesting lines that you wanted to see, like in either of the matchups, the Ruby versus Sword Art Online, the Slime versus Data Live, anything very cool here that you want to see?
Honestly, the biggest thing is I just want to see how Slime ends up using Geld. Like Randall said, it's a very powerful card, and there are lots of different ways to use it, between keeping it in the backstage and protecting 1-0 combos with it, or putting it in the front. And personally, I'm actually leaning the other way. I would like to see Slime just try to resolve the level 1 combo over and over again, and just make a bunch of stock so that it doesn't care about Data Live's board.
Now, with that bunch of stock, do you not believe that would like leave them susceptible to the Kurumi finisher, being able to stock flush that? Now, at the same time, going through that much stock with all those standbys, like maybe there's an idea of actually leaving the stock to be dirty so that stock flush isn't that tempting towards a Kurumi player.
That's definitely an option. It is something we talked about early yesterday. With triggering climaxes early, sometimes it's better just to not pay them out if your deck compression is going to end up being the same by having a lot of stock. So that is potentially one way to get around the Kurumi stock swap. Otherwise, it is something they'll definitely have to keep an eye out for, and maybe plan to use all of that stock before Data Live gets much of a chance to take advantage of it.
Now, one of the things that I really experienced a lot, and especially something we probably will see in Slime, is that even if we were able to get a triple level 1 Rimuru out and go through six trigger checks to find a standby, I want to know what kind of train of thought you guys are on when you go through that first 2 checks and you find a standby, and you've already put one of the Gelds in the back row, and you already have your back row filled with technology such as the Brainstorm. Would you ever opt to give up that first attack to be able to produce another Geld in the front row just to make your defensive board that much stronger? Randall, give me your thoughts on this.
I think it depends on Data Live's board state. If you are in a position where putting a second Geld onto the board that early could potentially just disrupt all of Data Live's momentum, I think it could potentially be worth it. If Data Live is a bit more set up, I'm not entirely sure. It would depend on the power levels of what Data Live is representing on their upcoming turn, as having a Geld in the front row and then defending that with your own Geld could be very powerful, and maybe worth giving up one of your attacks. It is only 1 base damage, as this is on a standby combo, so sorry, actually no, it would be 2 damage because you trigger standby, of course, but yeah, maybe a Geld defending a Geld in that early stage of the game could set up the Slime player for success.
Connor, what's your opinion on giving up 1 attack to be able to produce a really strong body in the front row?
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to depend on damage state. If you're really behind in damage, sometimes you can't afford to give up that 1 attack. But a lot of times, if you're about even or ahead, it is worthwhile to go ahead and get the Geld, especially if it has a chance to, win on defense without needing to use any counters or sack another Geld. Otherwise, I don't think it's horrible to put the second guild in the backstage at that point, since they are still going to be able to protect the Rimarus reasonably. And especially if you have another standby target in waiting room for your other two attacks that are, potentially triggering more standby, you can still later get one into the front row as well.
Good insight, good insight. So I'm actually very excited to go see what's going to happen in round 4, and I'm sure everyone else is as well. But let's take a closer look into the future. A lot of these players, once again, representing NALA region, and now we're in the top 4, so each of these players will be playing for those prizes. And one of the prizes that they get will be a box of Kanokari, Rent a Girlfriend. What are your guys' thoughts on Rent a Girlfriend entering the English format? Do you guys think it's going to make a big splash? Do you guys think it's just going to sink and swim? Based on like what we see in the Japanese format for how the deck has been performing, how do you guys think it's going to do in the English format? Randall, give me your thoughts.
So I think Kanokari appears to a lot of people as a very conventional deck. It has a lot of very typical profiles. It's got like some pretty decent 1k ones. It's got a lot of set design built around like the various characters, each of those 4 main heroines. And another big thing to note about this particular set is that the standby game is not quite as prevalent as some other sets. You do have that level 2 Sumi that allows you to sack the Climax as part of a Climax combo to top check 4, add 4. And Sumi's deck also does lead into a pretty powerful level 2 game with an event that allows you to early play a very powerful level 3. And that is something that we're not only seeing in like Sumi waifu decks, but also just as a generally strong deck when mixed with the other characters. So I think that is something to look out for once Kanokari hits English format.
Now, for me, when I think of Kanokari, like looking at the deck list, looking at the card quality, and just looking at the card pool itself, a lot of my mind just tends to drift towards Shizuru. A lot of her cards are just generically good, and it kind of just screams, play this. Is there any reason why someone going into Kanokari should not look towards it? Is there a better option that is kind of hidden in the mist that needs to be explored more, and we should be the ones to like kind of tell them? Connor, do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, so Chizuru's combos are definitely quite powerful. But I think there is a reason, maybe to look at some of the other combos in the set. The Mami level 3 especially works with a choice trigger, which gives you the option to take stock when you trigger it. And there are some cards in the set. There's a free fresh backup, which is going to cost you 3 stock. And the set also has an anti-damage counter with the same text as Rubies. So those are going to be options that you're going to need a lot of stock for. So there is also, the option to play for more stock. Mami herself is a relatively low-cost finisher and has the choice trigger to help you build that.
Now, with all the hypotheticals out the way, let's go into the absolutes. And I know that our top 4 players are absolutely raring to go. So let's get into the games and let's get ready to Bushiroad Rumble.
All right, taking a look at our next game, we are going to have Tangjiro versus Joey-chan. We're going to have that 8 standby matchup, the Data Live versus Slime. And we're going to have Tangjiro going first on the left, clocking that 2-2 Kurumi, and probably looking to get a first turn standby on that 1-1. Typically looking to clock red as your first turn. And he actually is just going to play standby and pass. Going back to what we said earlier about the pacing of the level 0 game, perhaps not wanting to hit Joey to level 1 first so that Tanjiro can take control of the board right now by standbying out these powerful level 1s while still at level 0.
Yeah, it's also definitely interesting that we see the Kurumi go to the backstage. You have to wonder if Tanjiro is either A, just really trying to hit level 1 first. As we talked about, Slime is probably going to be the deck that wants to hit level 1 first. So maybe Tanjiro is trying to just take as much damage as possible here.
Yeah, it is worth noting that it is extremely hard for the Slime player to beat over that 1-1 while still at level 1. It would require probably Millum Chaser and both copies of his level 0 Rimuru that can bounce back to the hand when a Climax is played in order to give power. And looks like he just elected to play it in the back row anyway, probably for the damage economy, as Connor mentioned, being able to take these direct attacks and then just go back for front attacks on the swing back, allowing him to really control the pace of the game. Going back into Joey's turn, he's either going to have to direct into giving Tangjiro more potential damage, or he's going to have to front and just lose his characters.
I think one of the cool things to mention here now is that Tangjiro has kind of put Joey in a bind. By getting that 1-1 out so early, Tangjiro doesn't really have to commit anything else to the level 0 board and can just keep playing with that 1-1. As looking at Joey's list, there's not a lot that we can actually use to contest said 1-1, despite not having the Encore out. And Tangjiro actually bringing out another 1-1 in the Yoshino Field Swapper here. So because Joey is then forced to actually present more options to start building stock, start getting advantage and stuff, and start actually putting some damage onto the board, Tangjiro is then able to actually keep fronting for 1, for 1, for 1. And unless Joey Chen actually takes an option here to crash into that 1-1 and open up multiple direct lanes, Tangjiro can actually then look to save up for a very strong attack when Joey Chen is at 0-5, 0-6, and just kind of push him into that late level 2 that we do see a lot happen in a lot of these standby issues.
Yes, definitely going to be interesting to see how Joey responds to this. Because as we said, if Data Live manages to hit level 1 first, especially now with that Yoshino on board, it's going to be hard for Joey to keep, win lanes with these Rimarus. What do you think, Randall?
I think it's also very worth noting that even though both of these players have standbyed out a level 1 while still at level 0, only one of them is really getting to do any work here. That 1-1 Kurumi able to just front attack and run over whatever Joey presents onto the board. Meanwhile, Joey wants to save his 1-0 in the back row so that he can use the Climax combo at level 1. So just having to play these level 0s as attackers instead.
And on Tangjiro sort of the side of the field as well, we do see the 1-1 Yoshino on the board as well, and very strong card going into the slime matchup as well. Should Joey actually present the Gelds into the front row, these 2-2s that are effectively now early plays, Yoshino being able to remove them first and then going to the other attacks to just be able to completely wipe Joey's board. I wonder if that's going to come up huge in this game. Connor, what do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be a threatening card later in the game with the Yoshino. Early, I don't know that it really affects the Gelds as much, though being able to attack on offense and bottom deck a Geld to turn off counter lanes can definitely be a pretty big pain for Slime.
Yeah, I think a really big dynamic that's going to come into play here, especially on this turn right now, is the ability to use Yoshino as a front row attacker, standby out a 2-2 to the back row, and then potentially use Yoshino's ability to swap, putting the 2-2 in the front row, going into the opponent's attack phase, and forcing those Rimarus into these unfavorable front attacks, causing Joey to lose board. So this is exactly what Tangjiro wants to happen with that Brainstorm in the back row. Looks like he is all set. He has pretty much everything he could possibly want going into this level 1 game against Joey. And all we need to see now is a standby into a 2-2. He's got that 2-2 prepped on top of his waiting room, and here comes the sideways card.
Tangjiro being able to slam 3 standbys turn after turn after turn, and not being too punished for it as well, playing into an 8 standby matchup as well, being able to get huge value out of that 1-1, going to start accumulate value out of that of the 1-1 Yoshino as well, and we'll see if this is able to carry him through the mid game.
Yeah, there's definitely no 1k1s coming out here to punish Tanjiro.
Yeah, honestly, the worst thing that could happen just happened to Joey right now. He actually canceled that attack, and there is now potential for him to just get stuck at level 0. Never mind being unable to have your level 1s survive the front attacks as they swing in with the combo. But the fact that he isn't even level 1 yet, he can't even stand by out the 2-2 Geld, and he's just stranded here at level 0. Tanjiro's just going to be able to amass a gigantic lead over him here.
Yeah, especially if Joey's not able to field enough characters to keep pushing damage. One of the things that we've seen in the past is once one player gets stuck at level 0 or 1, they're usually ahead pretty far in damage and can just keep pushing that damage lead. But it's pretty unlikely that Joey's going to be able to do that here, especially with the Toka 1-0 in the backstage, helping Tangjiro dig towards cancels every time Joey has to crash a character in.
Mm-hmm. Now, we're not entirely sure where the buff from the 1-0 Toka was placed, but these Yoshino 3-5 bomb is actually just quite large on its own, but getting that additional buff from the Toka back row, just putting it out of range out of most of Joey's cards, and I don't think he wants to commit that 1-0 to the front, but it looks like he's deciding to do so anyway.
It's possible that we could see the Climax combo come out this turn just to try to go ahead and build some resources while he can.
And there comes the It's Delicious, a Milim. Unable to actually remove anything because I should be able to remove the 0-0 trial deck Toka at least, and that might happen with the 1-0 combo. And I think the sad part about the combo is, just like what you said, the demerit of not being able to side here might come up huge. Not being able to leave it on the defense, being forced to actually front with it into these really large characters might actually be its downfall. And we do see that cancel off the top from Tangjiro's end of things. Enjoy. Oh, another cancel right off the top as well. 2 climaxes are right on top on Tangjiro's ends of things. Now, we're going to be able to use the 1-0 Toka's effect to kind of scry and decide whether or not we even want to draw that card. And I think that's one of the strengths of this card. Not only are you able to actually see whether or not you're going to be taking the damage, you can push it down to the bottom of the deck, but when your opponent crashes on their last attack, you are also able to see, what am I going to draw? Do I want to draw this? And many a times, sometimes you can draw the level 3 Kurumi Climax combo, and it's just great value. Randall, what do you think?
So, in my case, I'm looking forward to what Tangjiro will play here. We already know that he's out at least 5 standbys due to the 3 that he played, plus the 2 that he just canceled with. And I'm wondering if he has yet another standby in his hand that would actually really just lock this game into position for him, as it would allow him to develop another copy of the 2-2 Toka onto the board. He can use that Yoshino field swap effect to swap to the 2-2 and just have complete dominance over the entire board, presenting a defensive lineup of 2 10-5 Tokas and a 7-5 Kurumi. And that's before even using the buff from that back row 1-0 Toka and the Brainstorm. And he does have another standby, going to give that 1k buff to the center and probably bring out another 2-2 here so that the Yoshino can field swap to it on the next turn. And he has just got this entire board on lockdown.
Never mind the level 0 game. It looks like Tanjiro has gone ahead and stolen the level 1 game as well. Being able to swing with some really huge attackers here. Going to see Joey being pushed to level 1, unfortunately now, with that 2-2 on board. Going to reverse that 1-0 Rimuru combo. Hopefully Joey has other copies in hand to be able to use it with. And on this attack as well, we'll be able to use a 2-2's effect to actually check the top 2 cards of the deck. Do we want to get another standby trigger? Do we want to do something else with it? And it looks like we've actually chosen to swap the order of the cards. So I wonder if we're going to see another cancel off the top here.
Yep, and unfortunately, we now see Joey at 1-5, which is really awkward because he can't even really cleanly get to level 2 in order to start standbying out level 3s to try to take back over this board position. And, normally Tangjiro, if a player was out 6 climaxes this early, they might be a little scared, but in this matchup, there's really no soul damage that's going to punish you enough for it to be worrisome.
Yeah, we do have the potential of the twin drive coming out of these Rimuru combos to try to generate some extra damage, but the future, even past these twin drives, is not looking great. So we know he got one copy of the combo off of a Soe earlier on, so he does have at least 2 copies, and I would assume that he also does have that Climax in his hand. So he is going to get 5 triggers this turn, going to try to generate some extra damage, but unfortunately this board is all going to get swept away when they just all front attack to their deaths.
I caught that, don't worry. Now, I wonder if Joey is considering the idea of picking up a Ricky to actually accelerate to level 2. And once we hit level 2, we should be able to present a board strong enough to deal with Tangjiro's 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple standby board here. And it looks like we are going to opt to pick up another copy of the 1-0 combo. And let's see what else Joey Chen has to offer dealing with these really, really large Tokas and the threat and the oncoming looming threat of that 1-1 Yoshino being able to bring that second copy of the 2-2 Toka back up to the front row.
Definitely something that's not going to be easy for Joey to deal with, because as we've said, this level 1 Rimuru can't even side attack. So he's pretty much at the mercy of Tangjiro's board here, and unlikely to be able to get any value out of Gelds that he does stand by into play this turn.
So we're going to see 2 copies of the combo come out and the Climax combo. So we will be able to resolve our Rimurus at the very least, bringing out a copy of the Geld to the back row. And it looks like we are going to have that Yoshino go ahead and promote that 2-2 Toka up to the front row. We're going to have to lose our Rimurus, but hopefully get at least one standby trigger to replace them. There's our first attack for 1, which you do see the cancel off the top. And in conjunction between the 1-0 Scry as well as the top 2 rearranged from the 2-2 Toka, just a lot of deck manipulation, just a lot of clock manipulation, as well as like you can prepare what color to take into your damage as well. Once you get to that like X6 in your clock, being able to have the card you choose land as a 7th could be what determines what color you level up with.
And with these 2 Rimurus with their twin drives, the maximum damage that they can do between the 2 of them is 6 damage, but unfortunately unable to get double triggers here. He's going to bring out a 2-2 Geld. Maybe this is going to be the beginning of Joey looking to try to take back this board. And we do see Tangjiro here with the cancel with the last climax of his deck. So Tangjiro at the end of this turn, at most he's going to be at 1-4, and he is just going to have a very easy time clearing out the rest of his deck. It's all clean triggers looking into his next attack phase. And this is just smooth sailing. Also going to get that top check into top check to rearrange. Or if he wants to do it the other way, he can go ahead and do that as well. Just going to be able to get that deck manipulation to control what card he's going to be drawing going into his next turn. And from here, honestly, I don't even know if he needs to clock. I think he can just draw a card for turn, check his deck size. Maybe he'll clock if it puts his deck size in a more favorable position, like if he has 4 or 5 cards left in deck. But outside of that, he can just probably turn 3 cards sideways, perhaps using that Yoshino to get rid of the Geld, just making sure that Joey is not able to get a lead trying to use that back row Geld to support the front row one.
It is a little awkward in this position with Joey being at 1-6. Tangjiro is unlikely to be able to attack with the Yoshino and still resolve the effect to bottom deck Geld due to 1 damage sticking, putting Joey up at level 2, and Yoshino's effect will no longer be able to resolve.
And I think it's actually really funny as well because Joey, at the moment being on the hind leg with the damage disparity here, wants to cancel, but at the same time, when looking at that 1-1 Yoshino, you also want to take the damage. That way you hit the level 2, you don't have that early play status anymore, and that Yoshino is effectively crashing into your board, starting to net you value on the 2-2 Gelds. But like we said, we're looking for that 1-6 refresh for the compression to actually try and hopefully restabilize on this game state.
Yeah, it's definitely a very awkward position, especially if Tangjiro actually triggers on the Yoshino attack. It looks like Joey has only 2 cards left in deck. So if an attack for 2 goes in, unless that top card is a cancel, this Geld would still be sticking around, even if the bottom card ends up being a climax. Not exactly sure how many climaxes Joey has left in his deck, but it looks like he's elected to just stick the 2-2 Toka in the front row.
I think personally, I would probably be trying to put the 1-1 Yoshino in the front here if I was Tangjiro, and go ahead and get an attack with it now, just to be able to swap it in front of any potential early play that Joey could be putting down next turn and still keep both 2-2s in the front.
I think another potential play that he could have gone for here is actually just keeping that 1/1 around. It depends on what resources he has to buff his characters, but I think that using the Toka to side attack here into this Geld might be the play. It allows him to maintain that Toka on the board.
And there's that first attack over on Tangjiro's side for 3. So over on Joey's side, we do have some solace in the fact that we are getting that 1/6 refresh, going to go back with a compressed stack, but with low hand because of that early game, with low field presence as well, not looking great. We do have solace in the back as well, that we do have that extra 3 stock that we are able to use that Geld in the back row and bring it back. Should we be fronting with the 2/2 Toka? And on Tanjiro's side of things, I don't think we will see a front. I think the damage disparity is enough that we can actually opt to actually side and just leave our board that much more stronger.
Yeah, and you mentioned the side attack, but with the point that Tangjiro is reaching, he's put so many cards on the bottom of his deck using the 1/0 Toka that it's very possible he knows where the soul triggers are and can get some damage through anyway.
That is very true, and we might see it here coming up as it looks like he's at the very end of his deck. A very good cancel there for Joey. Unfortunately, into that refresh point climax as well, though.
And there's that attack of the 2/2 Toka, and like exactly what you said, we did know about that trigger that was at the bottom of the deck through the deck manipulation that the 2 cards, the 2/2 Toka and the 1/0 in conjunction, are able to do. But it looks like we're actually opting to front here, so we're going to be able to use the Geld's ability to sack itself and buff the other Geld by 4k power, using that extra 3 stock that we had to 3 stock encore it back onto the board. So we have been able to put a dent in Tangjiro's defenses, and hopefully, despite the damage disparity, we are able to swing back here.
I think that the decision to front there might have been both in part due to the first attack canceling as well as that refresh point climax. Tangjiro looking to try to stick additional damage, leverage that 2 soul swing plus trigger, try to deal some extra damage to Joey. And I think maybe with this line of play, Tanjiro is looking to 3 stock encore his own Toka as well, so that it remains on the board into Joey's turn.
That is definitely a possible option that we'll see coming out here. And yet another refresh point climax here. Just both sides not getting very lucky with that.
Oh, getting a very good cancel on Joey's ends of things. So this is what Joey is hoping for, to try and swing back into the game here. Now, just like what you said, Randall, encore phase here, we are going to ponder whether or not we do want to 3 cost that Toka back to the board, being able to once again get that extra 1k buff onto the Toka that we see there on the left, but also becoming a strong body in itself, making it hard for the Gelds themselves to actually swing over it.
Yeah, I definitely think that encoring it here is probably a good choice. Like, if you don't encore this Toka, you have an open lane and you have this low power brainstorm, and you're only really dominating one lane. But he does decide to not go for the encore. Very interesting. This is going to give Joey control of the board back. He's going to be able to promote his back row Geld into the front row and go into that double Geld that we were hinting at previously, and then just filling up the board with whatever else he can get his hands on.
Now, looking at Tangjiro's stock as well, like going into not even late level 1, like we are 1-3 and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stock to play with. And it really makes you wonder, like, what other options does Tangjiro have for the stock, except for the usage of compression? Now, Tangjiro, doing that, needs to be wary of that 0-0 Milim, the child on the inside. Very infamous card profile in many Weiss Schwarz deck, being able to use your opponent's compression against them, being able to get that very strong stock flush, and in conjunction with how explosive a finisher Drago Buster Milim can be, those 2 cards in conjunction could be Joey Chen's way of getting this win.
Joey grabbing that 0-0 very quickly, looking maybe to pump some power this turn and try to establish board again.
So we have the Toka 2-2 here. So encoring not, or choosing not to encore rather, the 2/2 Toka on the bottom does have multiple effects on the board. It not only means that that slot is open for Joey to attack into, but it also means that the Toka that is still on the board is going to have lower power as it gets plus 1k for each of your other characters. So currently, with 3 other on the board, it is going up to 9-5. And then with the ability of the back row Toka 1-0, she's going to go up to 11k. Now, Joey seems to be hinting that he is going to be playing a Climax this turn by grabbing that level 0 Rimuru, which has the ability when you play a Climax, you can bounce it back to the hand to give 2k. If he has 2 cards in the back row, Geld would be going up to a 9-5 base, and with the ability from that Rimuru, would be going up to 11-5, 500 points over the 2/2 Toka, and being able to defeat it. Although, Tangjiro, this is not something that I think we see every day. He is running 1 copy of a 1-0 Toka counter, which he could potentially use to continue defending this 2/2 Toka even while he's still at level 1. Whereas usually we would mainly just see the refresh counter at level 2.
Now,
We're
over on Joey's ends of things, I am hoping to see the standby being able to bring out that Benimaru, just getting that extra 1500 on the board. And there we do see the Benimaru. Hopefully, between these 2 cards, the Benimaru, the buff from the 0-0 Rimuru, we are able to actually develop a board strong enough that has been able to defeat Tangjiro's very early 4 standby board.
Yeah, and due to Tangjiro's positioning and attacks last turn, he does have the Yoshino pretty much stuck in the backstage, unable to answer this early play that we see from Joey.
Yeah, I think the question really becomes how much of a threat is this Shuna early play? Because she's already done everything that she needs to do. She came in and she healed, and now she's just kind of a 2-soul attacker that's just kind of chilling. I don't think Joey really minds if it gets removed from the board. I feel like the mainstays on his board that he really cares about are those 2 copies of the 2/2 Geld in addition to the Benimaru. However, he can still use that Shuna as a body to leverage his Geld abilities onto, just to try to open lanes against Tangjiro, get some more damage in. But it looks like Tangjiro is going to be just using that 1/1 Yoshino to address this Shuna, just get it out of the way. And then he has these 2 Gelds to worry about, both currently sitting at 11k power with their 5/5 base plus 2k per back row, so bringing them up to 9/5 plus the 1500 buff from the Benimaru, which gives 1500 power to all of your other Demon Continent characters, no matter where they are on stage.
Now, it looks like with that 7 stock that Tangjiro had, it looks like we've opted to actually pay the 3 to Encore on the defensive. Maybe Tangjiro, knowing the matchup, knowing the power lines that Slime could reach, felt that it wasn't really worth paying 3 to Encore at this point and have both of the Tokas get wiped and not being able to bring back any of them. So we can actually save our 3 stock to bring back at least 1 to have a 2-soul attacker on the swing back going into our opponent's turn. But luck is in Tangjiro's hand as we do hit that Brainstorm for 2, being able to get another free 2 cards from our deck. Go ahead and choose whatever 2 cards we want, get that free fresh counter, and look towards sculpting towards that level 3 game. Look towards sculpting towards some more hand fixes, it looks like, as we're going to pick up that 0-0 Trial Deck Toka hand filter. And with this, it looks like Tanjiro's board is already established, so now we just need to sculpt for the end game. Find those 3/2 Kurimis, find the 3/2 Kotori so we can pick up the proper standby combo, and everything is a hop, skip, and a jump away for Tangjiro.
Yeah, it's definitely nice being able to build up toward the end game while only still level 1, just because you can coast your board all the rest of the way there.
Yeah, I do think though that this board could have some potential problems. He still does have to deal with that board of Joey. So even if Tanjiro feels that his own position in the game is looking pretty good with regards to his resources and his deck state, you do have to look at that opponent's board because it is very threatening right now.
It looks like on Tangjiro's side of things, we are opting to go for at least some sort of crashing. We do put Joey in the decision branch of if we were to swing with that 2-2 Toka in the center, sitting pretty at 10-5. If we do have a standby as well, being able to hit 11-5, that is bigger than the Geld, and that does put Joey in the decision whether to go ahead and sack the Geld we see on the top and then also pay another 3 stock to bring it back, just to keep that board alive. But by forcing our opponent to have to do that 3 stock, then they don't have enough stock to play with going into level 3. And if we don't use it, then hey, that just makes it easier for us to direct into on the next attack. And it looks like
go ahead.
It looks like Tangjiro is actually opting to play the Kotori drop search from hand here for that rearrange 2. We did see off of the filter, we're going to see that standby on top of the deck. So going to push that 1 down and being able to attack with the Kotori and crash it into the Geld to get value off of that empty slot, quote unquote empty, with that second trigger standby, being able to bring out another copy of the 2-2 Toka. And with that, I wonder if that is going to be the play that we see from Tangjiro's end of things.
Now, one thing I do want to note here is something that we brought up on yesterday's stream. The 2-2 split between Tangjiro in his build. He's running 2 copies of the 2-2 Toka and 2 copies of the 2-2 Kurumi that has hand encore. So the Toka is better if you're able to just control the board both offensively and defensively and make use of that top check to rearrange effect. Whereas the Kurumi, much more useful if you're going into this sort of Battle of the Titans matchup where both you and your opponent are going to be presenting very, very large boards. Kurumi can make use of that hand encore. Hand encore herself back to the board, maybe move to a lane where she has a more favorable offensive matchup. But we have not yet seen any copies of those 2-2 Kurumis onto the board yet this game, despite it seeming like it fits the bill pretty well.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the matchups that we were looking at where, you know, the hand encore is very useful. But instead, it looks like we're just going for really trying to protect this 1-2-2 that's on board currently. And I guess the second one that we see come out now, Kotori drop salvage being very good at rearranging those triggers on top.
Oh, and it looks like we actually see a counter here and the memory kick counter. Getting that memory kick counter out there, being able to hard remove one of those 2-2s from the board, which also effectively makes that 2-2 that was stood by out 1k weaker, but that is another 3 damage going into Joey's clock here. We're going to hit Joey to 3. Now, the good thing about this is that we do present an option for Joey to then use the Drago Buster Millum to have a reverse target there. But with Tangjiro sitting at 1-6, I'm not sure if Tangjiro's too concerned about that.
Yeah, I think the plan here for Joey moving forward is just going to be to assemble additional copies of that Benimaru, really just make the board just way bigger than Tangjiro has the ability to deal with. Tangjiro currently sitting at level 1. He will be able to get out that 3-2 Kotori into his back row soon, but I think Joey wants to just assemble the board as much as he possibly can and just hope that Tangjiro is not able to assemble the resources needed. And he is going to go for a 1-1 Yoshino here, interestingly.
This is one of those moments that we mentioned earlier where, you know, you play your counter to get rid of your opponent's character and they just immediately trigger a standby and get one back. And, you know, it feels like a little bit of a waste of resources there. But thankfully there were no 2-2s left for Tangjiro to bring out in his waiting room. Or if there were, he chose to go for the 1-1 instead.
Yeah, I think as far as this counter interaction goes, the more important part here was the fact that Joey was able to maintain that Geld on the board. And despite this 1-1 Yoshino coming out, it doesn't really have much to do. Joey's going to be able to assemble a very strong board and defeat this Yoshino wherever she goes. She can swap with the 2-2 Toka or the 0-0 Kotori, and probably both of those lanes are still probably going to get reversed. He can position his board in a way that allows him to probably defeat over this 2-2 Toka. although she is currently sitting at 13.5. We're going to see if Joey's going to be able to develop additional copies of Benimaru in this upcoming turn. And the fact that he clocked a Climax here makes me think that he's going to come in with a healer and then potentially play another copy of a standby in his hand and bring out another Benimaru, as he does have one sitting right there on top of his deck, possibly ready to be called out.
And there's a 2-stocked paid, and from hand we do see the Drago Buster Millum. Going to go ahead and promote the Benimaru to the front, and maybe opting to perhaps... It's a very awkward situation that if we are to play the standby here, we have a very large pool of targets that we are able to standby out. But at the same time, that does mean that us being in this damage disparity here, being so late into the game at level 3 compared to our opponent still at level 1, soon to hit level 2, I wonder if it's actually worth to just play it slow and get that 8th Climax back into the deck by using said Millum that we see there. Oh, but it looks like we're actually going to play over it, and it does look like the standby will be coming out there.
This is actually a pretty good opportunity. Well, he has the wrong Climax, unfortunately. I was going to say, if he had the Climax for the combo here and was able to play a Drago Buster, this is an opportunity to get some of Tangjiro's Climaxes potentially stuck in his level 2 clock, unable to refresh back into the deck. But unfortunately, he has the wrong Climax here, so it's just going to be going for 3 attacks and hoping to cancel and be able to grind this out a little longer.
So with that second Climax now played, we have our second copy of the Benimaru, being able to provide a really strong board, being able to protect that Millum there, like between the 2 Gelds on the board, between the 2 Benimarus, that Millum is not going anywhere.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. And despite not having the correct Climax for this Millum, you do still have a bit of offensive pressure using that 3-2 Benimaru's other effect. When he reverses a battle opponent on either player's turn, you can pay 2 stock to burn 1. A very similar dynamic to playing Kaguya-sama, bringing out that 3-2 Kaguya combo while still at level 2, and leveraging her burn ability on both players' turns in order to stick additional damage. And if you were to fall behind in damage, you can try to use this ability repeatedly to help close the gap.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like Joey has a ton of stock to be throwing into this ability multiple times, but it is possible that 1 or 2 uses could help get him back in the damage race here.
I definitely think that if he's able to maintain this board moving forward, that's unfortunate.
Yikes.
But yeah, if he is able to maintain the board moving forward, I think that not having to use stock to prep any additional cards might help him out a lot, and he can instead just focus the rest of his stock into finishers. So we do see the refresh counter coming out on that Toka, and is it really not enough to get the job done? Looks like it's a tie, actually, at 16k apiece, if I'm not mistaken.
It looks like we actually opted to use the 2k counter instead. Not sure if it's ties, because I don't see the Toka being reversed, but the counter still being able to go ahead and rearrange the top 2, and then now we're going to be using the 1-0 to go ahead and get that damage scry going to the bottom.
Oh, sorry, was it a blue counter? What color was the counter, if anybody?
Red. It was the Toka counter.
It was the red Toka counter?
Yeah, the 2k.
That's not enough, is it? Unless he put the buff elsewhere. Maybe he put the buff on the center slot so that he could...
that field swap, yeah, so he can still get the reverse through a field swap.
So actually valuing the Benimarus over the Millum, and I do think I do have to respect that, since the Benimarus will be the ones that stay on the board the longest, will be the ones able to provide a steady source of small damage there. But we do see the free fresh counter come out now. Tangjiro sitting at 2-4, getting that free fresh counter. We're going to go ahead and get a Climax count there as we refresh there. This is a nice large hit for 3, and Joey is very much crossing his fingers that this 3 sticks and is able to get that damage parity.
Yeah, if Joey's able to hit Tangjiro to level 3 here, this could actually be huge moving forward. Between using those 2 counters, or between using that free fresh counter, he went down to only 3 stocks. So with a currently undeveloped board, he's not going to be able to do a lot of Kurumi shenanigans. If he were to immediately get sent to level 3 right now, at most he would have 1 Kurumi level 3 on the board to make use of.
And I think with the timing as well, that even if we were able to develop the Kurumis, with Joey having just refreshed there and not too much stock, outside of the burn 3, none of Kurumi's modal finishing effects are very effective. And we do see the 3 damage stick. Joey being able to get that damage parity, playing from behind and still managing to stick a Tanjiro to level 3, despite having to deal with a full board the entire time. Tanjiro still getting those very helpful standby triggers to keep the board alive.
Notably, we also see both copies of the refresh backup hit Tanjiro's clock there, meaning it might be pretty hard for him to get access to one of them moving forward. So it's very likely that he's stuck on this deck state for the rest of the game.
I think it's also interesting to see that due to actually opting to change which kind of counter was used, we were able to actually slide into the level 0 coterie there. And because of that little flex and showing off the 2-1 counter, knowing that our opponent was looking to free fresh counter there, we are able to then choose to side there and then make the free fresh counter a bit later than what we wanted. But we do see the first of very many 3-2 Kurumis come out. Let's see if we have what it takes to actually take the games back into our own hands over on Tangjiro's side of things.
I think we do have some interesting dynamics on Joey's board to look at right now. So currently his Geld is sitting at 12-5, while the Benimaru is sitting at 12. And depending on the attack order that Tanjiro goes with here, if he tries to contest this board, could be a little favorable for Tanjiro, as if he decides to attack the Benimaru first and it is defended by the back row Geld, we could see the Geld on top being too small due to losing 2k power from the Geld being sacked into waiting room. As I don't think using 3 stock here on encoring the Geld is super wise. That stock could be better used for other things, like potentially playing more Milim combo, using Benimaru's burn rather than just bringing back this 2-2 Geld, especially given the amount of stock that he has overall.
Yeah, I think I have to agree as well. These Gelds have kind of like done their purpose. They managed to stabilize the board enough for Joey to hit Tanjiro to level 3, and at this point now, it is kind of seeing whose finisher is able to get the job done, be it the Kurumi, be it the Drago Buster. Oh, we're going to see a crash here, and we do see that cancel off the top here. We're going to see the direct from this side for that trigger 4-3, 1, 2, 3, and that 3 does stick. If we do see a trigger here from Kurumi's attack here, this could be lethal and this could be game. There's the crash, and there's the trigger as well. Is this where the minus soul comes out big? Oh, I don't need the minus soul because we do get that cancel off the top. Luckily, canceling with the correct climax to cancel with.
Yeah, I believe his minus soul counter is actually the top card of his stock. I think he triggered it on his last turn.
Ooh, unfortunate. But luckily we were able to get that get that cancel instead. So sitting now at 3-4, unable to heal out that climax, stuck at the bottom of the deck. It looks like this has to be the time to go for game.
Yeah, this is certainly one of Joey's last chances for sure, being at 3 after this heal. It's very interesting how close this game has become, with Tanjiro looking very favorably ahead in the early game, but these Gelds just clogging up the board and making attacks so difficult for Tanjiro that Joey was able to get back into the game and potentially in a winning position at this point.
And once again, there is that Drago Buster Milim coming out onto the board there. If we have that standby climax in hand, if we have another copy of the Drago Buster event, this could be a huge blowout considering Tangjiro did just refresh recently, and all of those climaxes are still in deck. So should we be able to actually find a bunch of climaxes off that top 7 after resolving the Drago Buster, this could be the damage that we need from Joey's ends of things to win the game. Not to mention as well that Tangjiro actually happened to double trigger 2 copies of the 3-2 Kurumi. And with the one in the waiting room now, there's only one unaccounted for, and the finishing power of Data Live without any copies of 3-2 Kurumis, be it the red one, be it the yellow one, is not too fantastic. Unfortunately, on Joey's end of things, milling the Climax combo off of the Brainstorm.
And he also milled a copy of the event. So we need to see what's going to happen here. He can use that back row Milim Brainstorm effect now. As long as you have the level 3 Milim on stage, she gains an additional ability where you can sack her to waiting room and discard a card, look through the top 3 cards of your deck, add any card from among them to your hand, send the rest to waiting room. And he can potentially use this to pick up exact cards that he needs for his endgame combo. Additionally, another card that pairs extremely well with that Milim in the late game is the level 0 Soe, which, apart from having Shift, also has the ability where on play you can discard a card, reveal the top card of your deck, and then salvage a character with equal or lower level than the revealed card. This can be used to pick up the Milim Brainstorm once again, to dig further into your deck to try to find the pieces that you need. And the Milim Brainstorm can also use her Brainstorm ability to try to pick up more copies of herself or Soe, giving you tons of dig, try to get the exact cards you need going into this late game. And not sure if Joey has exactly what he's looking for. Looks like he did not find it.
He was looking for the Climax there, it looks like, and unfortunately, with the positioning of it in his deck, even if he had not brainstormed and had just gone for the check top 3 first, he still would have missed it by 1 card, which is pretty unfortunate here.
Ooh, a good attack for 3 sticking there. If Milim's able to also land an attack for 3 there, both of those Benimarus very scary to attack into.
You have to wonder why he wouldn't just put a Benimaru in front of the Toka to begin with in order to just threaten this potential lethal on this turn.
Oh yeah, that could have been lethal as well, should all the attacks have gone through. The 2 directs hitting Tangjiro to 6, and then with the Benimaru's ping 1, that could have been what was needed for game. And I wonder if that was just nerves, trying to focus too much on the Climax combo needing to reverse our opponent for the Drago Buster, that we kind of gloss over the fact that Benimaru also does have that ping 1 on reverse.
This is a rather interesting start to this main phase, to say the least, pushing up that Kotori. So we already know that this hand is not looking too great. He's got 4 stock. The most he can stick onto the board is 2 soul attackers with that much stock. And that Kotori is just going to be swinging for 1. And
a very good pickup there with the 3-2 Kotori support, being able to salvage any character we want. We could be able to pick up another heal there, but actually opted to choose to brainstorm, trying to get our deck into a better state there.
I actually think the better effect for this Kotori right now is to give the global 1k1 soul acting as a 1k1 climax, essentially, because with those 2 level 0s in the front row, he is lacking a bit of damage output right now, and that Kotori being able to give global soul might be exactly the damage boost that he needs to end this game.
And we did see that the last turn, Joey was able to pick up that minus soul counter that we predicted might come up huge in this game. And I wonder if that minus soul counter, even through the 1k1 effect that the 3-2 Kotori is able to provide, could be enough for Joey to eke out living the opponent's turn, ending at 3-6, and then going into his turn, hopefully finding a copy of just the Climax even, to be able to get the direct attack to ping 2.
On the flip side, though, assuming that he survives this turn, he is going to have a little bit of help getting Tangjiro into that lethal range if he gets a Benimaru burn off, or even 2 burns, honestly. He's not losing any board here. I think maybe a second burn could be on the table, as Tangjiro is already at 3-4. 2 burns potentially putting Tangjiro at 3-6, and it looks like his deck size is getting very low, and as we mentioned earlier, those free fresh counters are not there. What could he be looking for off of this drop salvage?
Actually,
choosing to go for a Kurumi instead.
Kurumi. Playing over one of the drop salvages.
Interesting that he chose to discard the Kotori here that gives him, such good damage numbers that we were talking about.
But if we have the Climax combo, we're still going to be able to pay for the discard and deal 3 damage. So that might be the extra instant of damage that Tangjiro is looking towards. Probably playing for some damage triggers. 1 and 1. But once again, like, this does play into the fact that now that we have that minus soul counter, 1 and 1 is not so scary. And as long as we're able to fend off Kurumi's attack.
Yeah, I think one important thing to note here is that Tangjiro did look at the top 2 cards of his deck with the Kotori drop salvage, but there is the potential of, if he's planning his triggers around those top 2, Benimaru using his burn effect could mess that up if he's not careful about his attack order here.
And there comes the Kurumi Climax combo, being able to bounce back and give the Kurumi some power. Still not big enough to deal with the Benimaru there, but we do have that Kotori being standby out to the back row. Getting that extra 2k should be enough to swing over the Benimaru, and there's our first swing. We do get another standby out here, starting off at 2. Oh, and this makes the Kurumi very scary. Swinging at a base 2 with the ping 3. The only thing that'll make a difference now is whether or not that we're able to get 2 on the hand filter Toka. And even if we do have that minus soul counter to kind of buffer us for that extra life.
It is interesting that Tangjiro had to choose to leave the standby on top of the deck in order to get that soul trigger here for better damage numbers. When otherwise, the soul trigger or the standby could have gone as the second card in order to, cancel this Benimaru burn here, potentially.
Ooh, very scary. Joey's now sitting at 3-5, 2 damage away from death. Will taking a break, Rimuru, give Joey Chen the break that he needs to get back into this game to go have one more chance at Tangjiro.
Definitely very tense. I wonder if there's an option here, depending on what gets triggered by this Toka on this upcoming attack, to actually use the taking a break Rimuru to sack the Benimaru off the board and force this Kurumi to go for a direct attack for 3, while simultaneously neutralizing this Toka's damage.
I think that's a really good play. Opting to take that extra damage for the chance of the cancel, because 3-7, 3-8 doesn't matter when you're dead. So better to play on that extra damage taken for that extra chance of cancel. But at the same time, Tangjiro might know that and has to think about how he'll make his attack order as well.
Mm-hmm.
I am on the edge of my seat. I'm very tensed up right now to see the end result of this. And it looks like we are opting for the burn 3. 1, 2, 3. And we do see a third card cancel. Oh my goodness. And we do see a trigger as well. What? And we get a cancel as well. Oh my goodness.
With the minus soul counter, it's actually guaranteed that he lives. No amount of triggers is going to help him out of this one.
That is absolutely insane. Exactly what Joey needed to potentially get one more turn here.
He even got the trigger that he needed, but Joey's just going to slap that Rimuru down.
And correct me if I'm wrong, was this not a triple climax trigger?
At least 2.
At least 2.
The first attack and third attack both finding climax triggers. Means that Joey is in a pretty favorable position to just close out the game here.
Yeah, and with this flip of fate here, Tangjiro, with those triggers, now in a very poor deck state. What can Tangjiro do except for present another character on the front row to try and stave off direct damage, sitting at 3-3. That's 4 damage to win on Joey's end of his things, and even 3 with the refresh damage being taken into account here. And there's that minus soul counter. Choosing to sack the Benimaru that has already been reversed, and off the top, also a cancel. Could have saved that stock for a better day.
Oh, man.
I mean, you always counter there, for sure.
You always counter there.
There's also the worry, that Tangjiro putting this extra character in his front row has now potentially given Joey 2 reverse targets to aid with, the 2 on reverse finisher effect sitting on stage currently.
Well, even if he hadn't standbyed out that extra Kurumi to the Oh, I know, actually, because this Toka is being reversed and sent to waiting room, right?
Right. So there could have only been one character in the front row had he not standbyed the Kurumi over
It
the
was a
Kotori drop
triple
salvage.
climax trigger. We do see 3 standbys being paid out of the stock there. So between the standby that was played for the turn, between the 3 that we just triggered, Tangjiro is already out of 4 climaxes, and there's that one climax that we did see from the refresh. Ooh, this is going down to the wire. Joey now at 3-5. Very little cards to play with. 2 stock to do. Not enough stock to actually play Drago Buster from hand to actually try and snipe out the climaxes still remaining in the deck if there are any at that point.
Yeah, I definitely think what Joey's going to be looking for here is using that Benimaru effect to deal 1 damage and then trying to threaten 2/2/2 on the other lanes. That'll be a total of 3 damage, and then wow, what could he possibly be fishing for here?
I can only imagine another 2-soul attacker here is his priority.
That is
Way of
probably the
checking
case.
top. It'd be the 0/0 Rimuru, but we weren't able to bounce it back to her hand on the last turn since we didn't have a standby, so we aren't able to get that check top to confirm for any like triggers as well.
It looks like a 2-soul attacker has been found reaching for the stock over there. Question is just whether to play it or not.
I think you definitely play it.
I would agree. And here
There
it comes,
is.
another Benimaru, helping guarantee these reverses here.
I believe only the middle column is actually going to be successfully getting a reverse, though, because those Kurumis are both 12-5. These Benimarus, they don't boost themselves. They only boost each other, so they're both sitting at 12. But I don't think he cares about the board as much. He wants to beat Tangjiro, not his board. And that Benimaru burn 1 combined with this 2/2/2, it's not like Tangjiro has a refresh counter or any stock to play it either. So we could just see the finisher here. Just need the burn 1 and any one of these 2s to stick, and then refresh point.
Here's the first attack. The trigger is for 2. 1 off the top, 2 off the top, and we do see the 2 go in. That ping 1 now looking very scary with the refresh damage, being able to force Tangjiro into that 3/7, that level 4, which signifies your game over. Starting at 2, another attack for 2. 1 gets the cancel. Do we see the burn here? Are we saving it for last?
If there was ever a time for an 8 standby deck to not trigger any triggers, and that is going to close it out for Joey.
Wow, such a close game, and not even one that we thought Joey was in a very good position for probably the first half of that game.
Yeah, that early game, absolutely, Tangjiro just was in the driver's seat that entire time through that early standby of that 1/1, going into that field of very developed 2/2 plus 1/1 Yoshino bottom decker interaction. He just had full control of the board, and for me at least, I feel like the turning point was really that one point where he ran into the Geld and then chose not to encore. Obviously, I don't know what was going on in his head necessarily. There could have been a lot of different lines that he was considering, but at least from an outsider perspective, I feel like that turn specifically really allowed Joey to come back on the board. Where that Toka front attack, instead of going for that side attack and maintaining the board state, I think that definitely gave Joey the first step that he needed to come back and get this victory.
I definitely have to agree as well. I think, just like you said, from that outsider's perspective, giving up on your impenetrable defense and letting your opponent then grasp the momentum of the game from your hands away through that decision to front attack and not really maintain your board stability and keep that like defensive momentum going on and on and on until you're able to have a really strong finisher turn. Because we did see 1 Kurumi come out, but that 1 Kurumi isn't anything compared to being able to field 2 or even 3 Kurumis. And having to use that stock for the free fresh counter that we had to use because we had to 3-stock counter that 2/2 Toka the turn prior as well. All of those decisions do compound into what you sometimes will see in a final result, and that is sometimes what makes Weiss such a beautiful but cruel game. Connor, what did you think?
Yeah, it was definitely, back and forth for the entire second half of that game. Like, there was no telling who could win, each player seeming to have their potential winning turn against the other, and every time it fell short. But I do think that that big turning point that we saw was the Toka 2-2 choosing not to side attack into the Geld. Especially, we can only assume that he knew the bottom card of his deck was a Soul Trigger with how many cards he had put on the bottom with Tokas in the turns prior. So, not sure what was going through his head there. Maybe he had a different plan that he saw winning him the game.
Regardless of the result, both players played out of their mind. Even us, we were very surprised to actually see Joey manage to get that win right out of Tangjiro's grip, despite that very strong level 0 performance, despite the strong level 1 performance, despite that damage disparity. Joey being able to maneuver around his deck perfectly to get to that win state that he desired. Now, we're going to send you guys off to another short break as we get ready for the grand finals of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 for the Weiss Schwarz tournament. I'm so excited, and I hope you guys are as well. We'll see you soon.
Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game: shuffling.
Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? See the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises.
Hissatsu Namikasane.
Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, this smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle.
In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Vanguard. Hissatsu Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister. Then I guess I'll attack your character. Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me! Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz. As an English edition original. Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set. On sale December 17th. Bushiroad! Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, This time, we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi, player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monastero. I love Lyrical Monastero so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G series, V series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help, but we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Over, Doriga! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle.
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right, if this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right, please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun, see you there, bye!
See you there, bye bye, see you there, bro! Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through Remote Fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale. It was like very cheap and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot of Bushiroad posters. I love Bushiroad games. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Holy moly, what a game we just witnessed was. Oh my gosh. We got to see Tangjiro play Data Live 8 Standby versus another 8 Standby. Joey Chen's Slime List. And what a match that was. What, at one point you were looking and Tangjiro had the game in his grip. That level 0 game, perfect. That level 1 game, perfect. But then you blinked. In the blink of an eye, Joey managed to wrangle that game out of Tanjiro's grasp, and it was such a treat to watch. Connor, run us through again. What was one of your most memorable moments? Oh, I'm still in shock.
Yeah, it was very, it seemed almost one-sided in one direction, as I kind of predicted beforehand, but in the blink of an eye, the game just changed into this constant back and forth with no telling which player was going to be able to win board or keep up the damage race. And in the end, those last few high-pressure turns, Joey managed to pull it out in the end. We didn't even see him actually get to resolve his Climax combo or anything, missing it every time he tried to dig for it. But, winning board and getting those chip burn ones in, just everything worked out in the end for Joey there.
And just a game of true and honest soul damage is sometimes all that's needed to get that W. Rando, what was one of your highlights from that game?
Yeah, definitely. I think the big highlight for me was actually that that Tensura build actually just ended up employing all these strategies that we basically weren't even talking about in the pregame, just because of the situation that he was put in. So the level 1 combo, it did not go as planned. The level 2 game, trying to control the board with Gelds, at first did not go as planned, but then it swung into his favor. And then the deciding factor was a card that we weren't even looking at. We were looking in the completely wrong place the entire time. And the card that actually ended up clinching the game for him was that 2 soul, or the minus soul counter, rather. Even if he hadn't canceled that attack, that -1 soul counter would have locked up the game for him. And so I think it was really exciting to see that card really show up. It's not one that you see in every slime list, but in this particular list, in this particular game, that card definitely stepped up and showed that it was the MVP of that late game.
Definitely, for sure. We did see, Joey's one of that very cute tech option being able to save his life despite already having canceled it. Just the inclusion of that guaranteed that he lived. But let's not detract from Tangjiro's performance. Such solid data live play, and knowing how to play against Joey's deck as well, presenting that 1/1 that couldn't be answered, and doing that very small chip damage to just slowly whittle away at Joey's level 0 game until we were able to hit level 1 first, and then provide these undefeatable 2/2s into the 1/0s that Joey is forced to actually have run over on the first swing. But like we said, we were able to get those guilds developed. We were able to get that stock developed for those 3-cost encores. And it was just a very good show of how swingy sometimes Weiss can be. And the smallest minute decisions can be what determines you to be the winner, as that compounds and compounds amongst every other thing that happens throughout, from that one decision to end up with the last result that we have, and that is Joey being able to take the win away.
Absolutely. I do think that that particular matchup was just a huge display of skill, because nothing in that game was like a really super obvious play. There were a lot of decisions that had to be made, very crucial decisions, like am I going to front here? Am I going to try to contest the board here? Am I going to side here? How do I want to play for offense? Do I want to play for defense? What do I think my opponent is going to be able to do? And how are they going to contest me on their upcoming turn? These are all the sort of decisions that these players need to be thinking about on the fly. And there's like so many decisions every turn that they need to be making. And we definitely saw there were so many different lines that these players could have gone for. Us over here in the commentators booth, we were voicing our thoughts on what we think that these players would be going for, and they would just go for something completely different. And I think that's just a testament to how skill intensive and how like micro these particular games were.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely lots of different lines of play that either player could have taken, especially on Tangjiro's side with the Yoshino 1-1 having that field swap option. You know, there were almost an uncountable number of different ways he could have set up his board every turn where he could swap to try to, you know, win the board on offense or defense with it. And, you know, he made the decisions he made, and they ended up, unfortunately, with his loss. But, you know, it's very hard to tell when you have all those just different decision trees and branches there.
Well, now that we know at least one of the victors in the semifinals will be Tensura, this actually brings us to the only finals in Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 which will not feature Data Live. What do you guys think about that? NA, despite having such a large Data Live representative, will not see it in the finals.
Yeah, definitely, you know, everyone came into this tournament knowing that Data Live won, you know, all three regions for Springfest and was still going very strong. And we saw it making up, you know, 4 out of the top 8 in AO, 4 out of the top 8 in EU, even as many as 3 out of the top 4 in EU. And, you know, seeing that only 2 made top 8 here and neither of them are going into our finals is probably a breath of fresh air for some people, but I think definitely surprising for everyone, even the people that expected it to make it.
Now, go ahead.
Yeah, I definitely think breath of fresh air is honestly the best way that we could describe like this entire tournament. Throughout all the rounds today and yesterday, we've seen a wide variety of decks just doing what their pilots just constructed them to do. It's not the stuff that we normally see, and these people that are piloting these decks, they had a very specific vision in mind, and I think that being able to see this wide variety of decks, not only throughout the Swiss rounds, but also in this top cut is really, really nice, and is hopefully a lot of entertainment for you guys that are watching.
Now, we now know that the winner of this round will be Tensura. Let's see who they're up against. Let's see who managed to win the other part of quarterfinals, and let's take a look at the brackets as we get into the grand finals. So it looks like YB was actually able to take the win over Yuri. So we will have that very unique SAO profile playing both of the Shinon combos, and we'll be playing against Joey Chen on that 8 standby Tensura build that we just saw being piloted to very strong skill expression today.
Yeah, I think actually a potential issue that could be seen here is one similar to the one that we were talking about in the Data Live and Tensura matchup, and that is that YB's Sword Art list is very well suited for a defensive level 1 game. You have those 6k defensive Shinon combos in addition with the Swimsuit Suguha 5500 base power, and being able to get additional power through using act abilities, combining that with the Lifa back row and Asuna backup. You could get a lot of defensive power going into this, and depending on who hits level 1 first, this could be problematic for our slime player potentially.
What about you, Connor? Do you have any predictions as to how this matchup might go?
Yeah, building on what Randall said there with the defensive setup that Sword Art can create, Sword Art's level 1 backup is also pretty unique in that it is able to split the 2000 power between 2 different characters, 1000 each, which is something we don't see very often. And with Slime's level 1 game reaching only around the same powers as Sword Art, you know, we could see it be relevant, where that 1000-1000 split, and even with another 1000 off of the Lifa back row, could just barely edge every lane over Slime's level 1 game.
And I think one of the ones that I want to point out about the matchup will be the speed at which level 0 goes. We did see in YB's list, it is a very aggressive level 0 lineup. We've got the runners for that turn 0 play, getting able to direct attack for 2. Then right after, we're looking to tri-lane with the runner, a back row, and a clean cut to be able to get extra value and extra stock. And maybe that is actually what Joey is hoping to happen, so he gets propelled straight to level 1 and is able to develop that really strong board of guilds to deal with whatever YB is able to present. But predictions aside, all we are doing is talking the talk. I'm sure you guys want to see the players walk the walk in the grand finals of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 for the Weiss Schwarz tournament. Let's Weiss Schwarz!
All right, so looking to get into the game here, we will have a similar damage economy, not necessarily like a problem, but something that these players are going to want to be aware of. We do have YB running that Kirito runner, able to get out of the way, potentially allow him to take extra damage, looking to hit level 1 first, and Joey here starting with the Millum Chaser. Now, as we described in the previous game, maybe an option here for YB is just going into this Millum only and not fielding extra attackers. In fact, maybe even fielding a clean cut by itself and not playing an extra attacker, just getting that crash. This is only going to do 1 damage, but it's also going to eliminate the Millum Chaser from the board. So I think this is exactly what YB wants to be seeing here in this early game.
You know, there's also always the funny scenario where if YB had managed to draw 2 clean cuts, you get to field both of them, and one will always resolve because the Millum can't get away from both of them. But we do only see one come out here.
So we are now throwing the initiative over to Joey there, trying to see what kind of field that Joey will be able to present. We do see the standby support level 0-0 get played out, and we do get the brainstorm going out. Let's see if Joey is a great player or a good player. Good players will always hit on their brainstorm in the first deck, but we don't see that happen, unfortunately. What else can Joey do on this turn? Because now without that Millum Chaser, the level 0 lineup for Joey isn't that strong. And if we are able to opt to actually give Wimby a very weak level 0 to actually eat off of, if Wimby does have another clean cut in his hand, we are able to start amassing some advantage there.
We do see that standby on top of the deck. It's very possible that Joey's just going to be able to trigger this and get his 1-0 combo onto the board now. Don't know if that's something he was hoping to get, or if, maybe he has to push up a character to his... Oh, he can bounce back to hand, so yeah, he's going to get that 1-0 pretty easily. Randall, how do you think this is going?
I think as far as the board setup for Joey, this is looking pretty good, but he's really looking for YB to cancel this incoming attack, because if YB takes this attack for 3, he is going to be going to 1 first, and he is going to be able to potentially set up that strong level 1 defensive board, and he is taking the damage. And I was going to say before he triggered that standby that he does also have the option to play the Yuna and AG Riki. If he gets stuck at 0-5, he can clock for turn, use that Riki effect, boost himself to level 1, and then go from there. Now, he is leveling green here, probably looking to play some swimsuit Suguhas. Oh, but he did trigger blue on the attack, and we do know that that Riki does have an irregular cost for the ability. Instead of paying 1 and clocking the top card of your deck, you do put the top card of your stock into your clock. So if he was keeping track of that, he knew that he was going to be clocking that blue going into this turn, and chose to level green instead so that he has access to both colors. Here we go, going into that Austin counter, possibly looking to go into this very defensive level 1 setup to try to stop Joey from maintaining these level 1 Rimurus on the board.
I'm looking to hopefully see both of those back rows, that Summer Festival Sugu, that sister fun of her brother Lifa, get that swimsuit Suguha out in the front as well, and maybe even some of the level 1 combo, and just slam that Climax out and just go for that very aggressive play. Hopefully do what 1K1s do best and knock our opponent off balance.
Yeah, it does appear that YB was going through these actions pretty fast. Seems like he has a plan. He knows exactly what he's doing here to get through this turn.
We're seeing 2 copies here of the Shinon full board. Those are going to be going up to 6K on the offense and the defense, using that Suguha in the back row to give a 1K pump. He's going to want to eliminate that level 1 Rimuru off the board, the top check is going to reveal a Pants Climax, which means he's not going to get 1 soul off of that Suguha effect, but he is going to get the 1 soul from the trigger, and he is going to be able to get a Climax back into hand to use for other things later. Also, knowledge of the top check, signaling that he should not attack with his Shinon combos on the first attack, as the top check ad would miss. So now hopefully he's going to be able to pick up some resources for later on.
And a very strong first swing coming out from Winby's side as well, getting another counter as well to deal with the Rimurus on the initial swing, despite how big they could get with the standby support. And we do get another trigger there, so we do have 2 Climaxes stuck in stock for Winby, and we do have a cancel, fortunately, for Joey. But Winby's board looking very strong, sitting pretty at that 6k baseline. We'll have to see what Joey does to try and pull leverage and try and get recontrol of the board.
Yeah, I definitely think that on account of those triggered climaxes, YB is going to want to be looking for ways to mill out the rest of his deck. So potentially what we could see on the follow-up turn, since that AG and Yuna Riki probably going to get wiped off the board this turn, he's probably going to want to use that Kazuto Brainstorm to try to get into a copy of his level 0 Lifa Amagi that will allow him to not only pay out the stock that he has buried deep underneath those two other cards, but will also give him the option to mill out the deck. As we mentioned previously, the Shinon combo not very good at getting through the deck as it's only a top check ad. But with those 2 copies of Shinon, as well as the 2 copies of the Asuna counter that we know he has in hand, he's going to have firm control over the board. And I'm curious to see how Joey is going to react to this. Looks like he is going to be picking up another copy of the level 1 combo, just looking to build that extra stock, build up that extra resource, but he's only going to have real control over that one top lane moving forward.
And I do want to point out the beautiful thing about that Kazuto Brainstorm in the back row there is that, interestingly, in this matchup, if Joey's not able to actually present 2 copies of a Geld, with its first skill being able to just pay 1 and buff for another 2k, you combine that with the Amagi Lifa, that's actually paying 1 to buff for 3k. We might actually be able to see these 1-0 Shinons clear out the Gelds.
Yeah, and additionally, that 1 stock cost on the Kazuto is the perfect way to pay out another stock to just get towards paying out that Pants Climax at the bottom of his stock right now.
But over on Joey's end of things, go ahead.
I was going to say, thankfully, as we saw in the last game, with these 8 standby decks, not able to push a whole lot of soul. So even having triggered 2 climaxes last turn, YB's not really probably very scared of the amount of damage he's going to be taking here.
Luckily, on Joey's end of the things, we do have a very nice board, being able to get that standby support out, getting the 2k buff onto at least one of the Rimurus there. And we're going to go ahead and get 4 triggers, 4 trigger checks as we go through our turn here, hopefully able to get another copy of that Geld to sort of develop that defensive board that we are looking towards. Now it looks like that first attack was canceled off the top. We're going to go ahead and resolve our first Rimuru here. 1 check, and we do get that standby. Very good to see. Unfortunately, it will be very buried deep, but sometimes I think these are concessions that you have to make when playing a deck like this that does look to just not really trigger cleanly. And there comes that counter, being able to at least wipe one of the Rimurus. And the only question to ask now is, how will we get rid of that other one? Because between the 2 Gelds that we see on the board there, that Rimuru is probably going to be sticking around for a while.
Yeah, Sword Art definitely, unfortunately, does not have many answers to the Gelds in its list, apart from, the Kirito Brainstorm just maybe pumping absolutely absurd amounts of power. But otherwise, it's pretty much just left with straight attackers. We don't have any of the, bounce tech or level 2 attackers that you see in other lists, just due to most of the Sword Art's card pool being a bit outdated compared to more recent sets.
That being said, I am a big fan of what YB is putting forward here. At least he's putting pressure onto this board. Even though Joey does have the double Geld developed, And he didn't even need to use the Brainstorm to find that level 0 Leafa. He just had one naturally. He is going to, of course, still use that Brainstorm ability to try to get through the deck. Gonna be assigning the power on the Act ability. And maybe choosing to leave that Climax. Oh, nope. He's going with the pumps.
Yeah, and it's looking like what the plan might be is actually with that book that we picked up the last turn, slam that down and use that alongside the Leafa Amagi to use that to pay out the last stock. So we did see the Summer Festival tap for that 1K. We did see the Brainstorm. We did see the Leafa come outs and the pay one for the 2K. So we are opting here to buff that Xenon to a very large number, forcing Joey to then have to use that Geld, have to use that 3 stock to maintain the board. And I wonder if that 3 stock to maintain the board even is what actually gets Joey into the game.
Yeah, and that Xenon actually being here at 11,000 power is going to actually force both Gelds here if Joey actually wants to get big enough. Meaning even if the 3 stock Encore comes out, you're still down a Geld. So just letting the Rimuru go, not worth it to spend that many resources on saving this one lane.
And that Summer Festival paying dividends with its extra ability to give the soul. And oh my goodness, there it is. That 1K1 special, being able to attack for such an aggressive amount of damage, being able to just hit Joey all the way straight to level 2. And we can even opt to side here and get some more poke damage in because of that bonus soul that we got, leaving that Leafa on the board for the defensive option of having that really, really strong counter.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were saying earlier about 1K1 decks just potentially being able to throw the game off balance. Like from YB's perspective on that last turn, playing against 8 standby, he has a pretty good idea of how much damage he could expect incoming. But meanwhile, on Joey's end, you look at this 1K1 deck that has additional ways to gain soul through cards like the Summer Festival Suguha, and just unexpected high amounts of damage just coming in. And now Joey has to adapt to this new situation.
It does look like Joey is opting to pay 3 to Encore the Rimuru. I wonder if Joey has another copy of the Climax combo in hand, and with how much deck that we have left there, we might be able to actually get into that very perfect 1-card refresh there, and also develop some Benimarus onto the board, and hopefully with the Benimarus present a board too strong for YB to even attempt to answer.
I think the question becomes, once that's going to happen, will YB even really care about the board anymore? Because his deck has offensive push options at level 2 through the Link Strike Xenon. He can push for additional damage, and that might be what he ends up doing moving into this level 2 game, just to try to push Joey further and further into that lethal range and just try to end the game before Joey can use that 8 standby mentality, that game plan of prolonging the game and gaining value over your opponent and just beating him before he has a chance to do anything.
Certainly be interesting to see here, if Joey's going, does not have the right Climax, so is not going for the combo again, just 3-stocked, I assume, to have an attacker here. So we'll just have to see if Joey's able to trigger any more standbys and start getting those Benimarus in play to really wall out his opponent.
And just like what you said, there comes that Benimaru, there comes the power buff to one of the guilds to make sure those 1-0 Shinons do not stay on the board longer than they are welcome.
Yeah, notably though, I don't believe Joey paid out the Climax that was stuck in his stock, because I think it was the first attack of the Rimuru combo that he resolved on the previous turn. So it is that second card of stock, and it's just chilling there, and it's probably going to be chilling there for a good while now.
We do get that very nice cancel over to YB side of the field, and that last attack from that guild will be for 2, and kind of actually being able to match the damage disparity here, getting to damage to equalize between the two. But now all of a sudden Joey is starting to look in a better position because of the 3-stock that YB had to go through on that last turn, because of that early double trigger, not being able to really sit on a pile of stock that we normally expect to see these 1K1 decks able to do. Meanwhile, Joey having the ability with that Climax combo to just do multiple trigger checks, building that very nice mountain of stock, And once we're able to actually stabilize our board here, because we do know that YB's deck isn't very tuned towards level 2 game plan, aside from that early play that we did see the last time. Oh, refreshing that Climax, not exactly the best thing you want to see, but now over on Joey's, we are like equalized, and this is the kind of game state that we want to be in if we were in Joey's side of the game.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like Joey's going to be able to control the board on this turn. So as long as damage stays, fairly even, and YB's not able to stick a lot of attacks this turn, Joey's definitely looking pretty comfortable here.
Now the question here becomes, what counterplay does he have, if any, for these big level 2s? Looks like he's just going to be going with some costless characters, not looking to spec into either of those early plays that we know he runs, either the Yuna or the one of Link Strike Shinon.
It looks like we're going to go with that very simple strategy. Play Climax, donate Soul, and just try and I don't need to win board if I can win the game kind of strategy. Going to opt to slam that 1k1 down, slam some costless beaters, and just push for damage there.
Yeah, this is a lot of Soul coming out from YB's side here.
Going into this fresh deck, we all know the fears of the fresh deck. You don't know anything that's going to happen. The permutations of cards are far too wide, and you could just be eating all of this incoming damage.
It's a very nice cancel off the top there over on Joey's side of things, but now we're dealing with a bunch of 3 soul attackers, unless we decide to side here. Oh, gets another cancel. Wow. Very good to see there.
Yeah, what a very fortunate bottom 2 cards of the deck, being able to negate the damage from 2 of these incoming attacks, with YB's deck basically playing 2 Soul Climaxes out here with the help of these Summer Festival Sugahas, able to generate a lot of damage, but at the expense of the power in this case, with this board not having too much in the way of power, is going to be reversing that center lane though. But Joey's going to retaliate with these 2 copies of Gels that he has kept on the board from level 1. Now let's see if Joey can cancel here, maintain his position at level 2, or if he's going to take this 3 and get sent to level 3.
Here comes the last attack from YB. Oh, it looks like we actually opted to side on that first Summer Festival, and it looks like we are going to side once again, opting to keep the board to have those defensive bodies to kind of buffer taking the damage. And with that, Joey's able to kind of stabilize, like we said, on that level 2. If we have that early play Shuna, we're going to be able to heal down as well, make it that much harder for our opponent to knock us enough damage to level up to 3. And with enough turns, with enough mill, with enough deck control, we could see a very nice refresh from Joey's ends of things with the clock still stuck there.
Still being at level 2 does give him the ability to clock. Doesn't look like he's going to be going for that Shuna early play unless he plans to move one of the Gelds to back row.
Going for that 5-card Brainstorm, now in a new deck, now hopefully a bit more compressed than the initial, but still unable to hit. But at least we are a bit more compressed now, so if we are able to go through 3 attacks nice and cleanly here, I think there's a little to fear of coming from YB's side of the things now that we're able to wipe board turn after turn after turn.
I do believe, though, that Joey, off that Brainstorm, did mill 2 copies of the Drago Buster event, so it might be a little bit harder to find those later on.
We do see another standby come out, though, so this board just keeps developing turn after turn, getting closer and closer to what Joey's going to want for his endgame to close this out.
Here comes the first swing from the Geld, and the trigger will be for a very nice and juicy 3, which does get taken, and it might be YB. It is YB to be the first to level 3 here. Let's see if YB, using one of Weiss Schwarz's age-old finishers in Last Shot Shinon, will be actually able to just completely blow Joey out of the waters here with that juicy 7 damage in one combo. There's 3-2, taking 2 attacks here. Joey now sitting in a very nice position. YB at 3-2, 5 stock to play with, should still be enough to resolve 2 last shots with the bonus soul from the Summer Festival. And, ooh, paying for that ping 1 as well.
You actually need 6 stock at start of turn to resolve double last shot Shinon because the 2 stock paid is on attack. So unfortunately, not able to go for double last shot from this position. Could potentially look to go for last shot plus link strike, though, I believe.
Or potentially even last shot plus the clock kick Lifa that he's playing in order to remove one of these guilds from board a bit early, potentially.
There's the brainstorm hitting 2, being able to scope for any 2 pieces there. First one that YB will search will be probably any sort of level 3 healer to try and stabilize back down, but we do see the 3-2 adventure with everyone Lifa, hopefully to actually dig a bit deeper into our deck, maybe pick up a better option, maybe pick up a Climax even, and just like what Connor said, hopefully be able to do the clock kick alongside the last shot Shinon and try and just push for game from this point here.
So I have to wonder from this position, does he already have a book Climax is in his hand? Because he slammed one last turn, and usually that would be an indication of having a copy in hand, but maybe his plan was to try to dig for it on the follow-up turn all along. He's going to use that Shinon changer with the top check to rearrange. I wonder if that means he's not going to go into a Lifa clock kick this turn, because I feel like if you were going to play the Lifa, you would probably play it before using that top check to rearrange.
It could very, very well be that he was trying to, maybe see if a card that he needed was in the top before playing it, and otherwise is just going to heal down this turn and hope he can survive to get the clock kicks off next turn.
It looks like we are just going to go ahead and promote that summer festival to the front row. Hopefully we do have that book of Climax to be able to perform that last shot Climax combo for that very nice 4 damage dealt to our opponent. And it looks like a sideways card is coming down here, and it is the last shot. So we are going to go ahead and resolve the summer festival with conjunction of that confrontation with PK Squadron Shinon to reveal the top card of your deck, guarantee that extra soul here. And, ooh, I wonder if we're going to see a side for 2 coming from the last shot, getting that power overturn. And maybe the power overturn is what's needed to kind of like deny the Benimaru, deny the Milan from the reverses here.
I wonder if that top check 2 with the Shinon actually verified a potential cancel, and that is why he attacked with the Benimaru first. Joey Chen thinking here whether or not he should use that burn ability, but he has to wonder if YB just rigged it on top to get a guaranteed cancel.
That is definitely a possibility, and especially something we considered last game as well.
There it is. There's the pay 2.
There it
just
is.
like you said, there's that confirmed cancel. A very cute way to actually make use of that Climax on top of your deck that you really don't want to be there going into the later stages of the game. And a 3 sticking from the summer festival. That side for 2 looking very scary. Maybe even getting a trigger for that 3 in conjunction with the last shot effect for a 4.
Yeah, I think YB is definitely going to have to do some math here, find out where his triggers are, because a side for 2 that isn't lethal is not what you want to see here. So we could potentially see the front attack burn for 4, front for 4, depending on how many triggers he has remaining. So as far as ones that we know about, we know that the Yuna is no longer in the deck. Multiple copies of Last Shot Shinon, and then one of the Lifa clock kicks is in his hand. I guess we're going to find out ourselves here. I think either way, front or side, Joey should be afraid right now.
That last shot going
you have
back
to wonder,
old
though.
ages.
You have to wonder with Joey, refreshing fairly compressed, not hitting his brainstorm last turn, triggering clean. There have to be some climaxes somewhere here.
1, 2.
Oh,
wait,
he
it
ended
was
up
a
going
side
for the
attack.
side.
Man,
And Joey being able
close
to
game.
cancel the 4 ping off the top.
Now that cancel on the 4 does mean that Sinon is quite large on defense here, potentially being able to use a counter to save herself.
And I'm pretty sure he's still holding on to that second copy of the Asuna counter. He played one to defend one of his level 1s, but we could be seeing the second one coming out here to defend this Shinon to try to live another turn and go back on the offensive against Joey.
And Joey has to be careful as well as how he manages his board, because the ever-looming threat of that clock click Khalifa still in the hand could potentially still spell game over here. But we will see two of the Drago Busters come out here, and with the way that is being positioned, I wonder if you do have the Climax combo, being able to get those two direct attacks for the ping 2, ping 2.
Although from the looks of it, it doesn't look like he has enough stock to resolve both of them. You do have to pay 2 stock on attack for that direct. And with only 1 stock right now, that's not enough to resolve double burn. I actually have to wonder if he has the Climax in hand at all, or if he's just playing the Milim to act as a healer, and then moving the Geld to the back row in order to avoid any potential side shenanigans on the next turn if YB is able to survive this incoming string of attacks.
Make a very good point there. Yeah, being able to deny the side attacks with how much soul manipulation that we're able to get with Summer Festival Suguha over on YB side of the things, leaving that level 2 there up in the board while we're sitting at 3-5 is definitely it is definitely a lot smarter to pull it to the back, still gain the effect to act as a 4K field counter, but still not give your opponent option to side into it for lethal.
It does look like Joey is considering using this Milim Brainstorms effect here, maybe either digging for the Climax or something just to get through his deck.
I think what he's considering first is whether to play over this Geld in order to play that level 0 Rimuru. But it looks like he is just going straight for the Milim. Playing the level 0 Rimuru here would allow him to get an additional top check, top or waiting room, to basically turn this Milim into a 4-card dig, but instead just going straight for the Milim, and wonder if he found what he's looking for.
We see a Geld be discarded, and we also see another blue card be discarded. Opting to push it that way. Okay. And we do see the Rimuru being placed down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in deck. Opting to mill that one. Just trying to get as close to a new deck as possible and play off of these cancels in the new deck.
This could be potentially spooky if he has the standby Climax for Milim, bouncing that Rimuru back, buffing the Milim up by 2k, and bringing out a second Benimaru will bring her up to 16k. And comparing that to Last Shot Shinon's 13.5, the Asuna counter is not going to be enough. It's going to be up to whether or not he has that 2-1 memory kit counter Shinon in his hand, which is a 3k counter.
It looks like, I wonder if the Climax was found, because we are taking a lot of time to actually figure out the power here, which there's 2 kinds of people who can extrapolate from information. And I wonder if we do have the standby in hand to be able to give the power to that Milim, get that extra 2k, get the Benimaru onto the field, and there comes the sideways cards. It is the correct Climax combo as well. And the good part about this is you can actually opt to attack with that Milim first, I believe, and then based on what happens on that battle, you can choose to pay the 2 then, or now you have that option to actually direct with the Milim before that happens.
Actually, I think the choice here is actually to attack with the direct slot first, because that gives you enough stock to do both copies of their Climax combo, seeing as one of them is on attack while the other one is on reverse.
So we're able to have our cake and eat it too. There it is. There's the pay 2. There's the ping 2. Taking it. We are now at 3-5.
We're going to be having to go into this new deck, and this makes that Milim Drago Buster extremely scary. If Joey is able to resolve that Milim combo, he's going to be looking through the top 7 cards of his deck using the Drago Buster event. And if YB's going to be taking this refresh point here, going to 3-6, and if any of those 7 cards revealed are a Climax, we instantly know the game is over and Joey will be our champion.
This is almost where you just want to refresh the point, the Climax, to get it out of the way there.
You want refresh Climax and then cancel the attack and then 7 clean off the top. That is the dream.
Or just have the Xenon backup in hand. That gets you there too.
Yeah, or just have it. If he has the backup, that is the best way to counteract this. Just get out of range. What would actually be kind of insane is if this Milim triggers a standby and it brings out a third copy of Benimaru. That would be.
Oh my gosh! There's a standby. Do we have another copy of the Benimaru?
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. No, I didn't say that. No.
This puts us out of counter range in 1, 2. We do cancel. Oh my god! Okay, we're gonna.
all 4 Benimaru visible currently.
Wait.
And there's the attack for 2.
Wait, what just got canceled? Oh my god, a money
He
counter.
has the anti-damage.
Wait, what was it that just got canceled?
The
What got
Millim's
canceled?
attack. The Millim's attack with the standby trigger. Because it was the burn 2 refreshed him, and then the attack canceled.
Oh, that's right.
1, 2. We find Schwarz.
No! There's a climax. It's that's gonna be it if he's at 3-6.
Is he at 3-6 here, or is he only at 3-5?
I thought it was 3-6. Is it?
It's a bit hard to tell here, but he might only be at 3-5. That might have not quite been enough.
If he's at 3-5, he lives this. If he's at 3-6, that's game.
It doesn't look like he's extending the handshake, so I don't know if he's just resolving the effect, or could still very well be alive here.
But no stock to play with. But Joey also at that precarious point as well. 3-5, where a refresh damage could mean game. So YB doesn't even need a climax. All he needs are 3 little idiots to attack with here.
It is a bit unfortunate that the second Millim triggered the Benimaru instead of the final one, because now, oh boy, we see the cancel.
Does he have one card in deck? Does
he have one card in deck? And it's a cancel!
Oh
my god!
What?
That is twice in a row that we see the bottom 2 cards of the deck, both as climaxes for cancels here for Joey.
Oh my, I'm actually shaking. Like, I'm on the edge of my seat, and like, I could not have predicted that this game would be so tense. YB having the stock, getting the cancel on the last shot to actually have a body to use a money counter on as well.
You have to wonder what those last 2 cards in YB's hand are that he couldn't play a third attacker just to try to get that damage, before becoming reversed and taking the burn 1 from Benimaru.
Well, one of them is guaranteed to be the lethal clock kick, right? I'm pretty sure he held it this entire time. And for the discard for the last shot Shinon, that was the 3-2 Yui. And now we go to Joey's turn. You were talking about 3 little idiots on YB's turn, but now Joey's got to try to field 3 little idiots. We don't want these 3 soul swings. We want a bunch of little chumps swinging for 2s. And that is exactly what he's doing right here. Checking that top card with level 0 Rimuru, making sure that it's a trigger, or if it's not a trigger. And if it is, he's going to mill it just like he did with that Geld right there. And now it's time for these 3 little idiots to swing in and hopefully secure the game for Joey.
First swing coming from the 1-0 Rimuru. Let's see if that climax combo, despite not being able to do it. A swing for 2. 1 gets the cancel.
Gets the cancel.
Oh my god. Joey Chen, a second attack for 2.
A second attack for 2.
1 and 2.
Gets the win.
Oh,
and that is it. Joey taking the win.
What an absolutely insane endgame. Wow.
Oh. It's everywhere. Oh my gosh, what a crazy game. What a crazy outcome. What an intense last few turns that we just witnessed. Joey Chen being able to, first of all, come back from that game against Data Live, and then come back against this game against SAO to, oh my gosh, there's just so many things that happened these last 2 rounds for Joey Chen to take it all and win NA LA Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. Oh.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
What an action-packed game from like start to finish. We saw that same sort of level 1 issue with the Tensor list running into those big beefy 1-0 Shinon walls at level 1. But just like last time, able to bring out those Gelds at level 1 and try to secure the board a bit more after losing his Rimuru at level 1 on the offensive swing. And then just really coming back with some damage. And on both sides, just that end game was just like on the edge of your seat. Like, is this going to cancel? Is this not going to cancel? Everything was so close, like to the dot, just on like what exactly was happening here between these two with the damage.
Yeah, definitely, every little bit mattered there. And wow, at Joey's deck, twice in a row, first with the climax play with the double plus soul buffs, being able to cancel on the last 2 cards of his deck. And then once again at the end, just needing to cancel those 1s, having both climaxes on the bottom of his deck. Perfect placement. And you have to wonder, like, he went into that turn, he knew where his last 2 climaxes had to be because he hadn't triggered them. You got to be sitting there hoping there's not a third attacker getting placed.
what an amazing game, and like what an amazing fairy tale for Joey as well. Like, talk about 2 comeback games. Like yesterday I talked about what were your most memorable comebacks, and Joey's gonna have 2 very memorable comebacks now, and everyone in the chat as well, having to witness Joey's journey to reach the pinnacle of NA Bushiroad Rumble Online for the Weiss Schwarz format. We'll be able to see Joey's huge comebacks in these last 2 games as well. Such a fantastic narrative to print out for Joey's story as a Weiss Schwarz player, and it's just so exciting that like it's because of these kind of events that we're able to like put these kind of people into the community and get them like more well known and get them like just get them to become bigger people, if that makes sense. And huge props to Joey, and definitely huge props to YB as well, playing an unconventional SAO deck.
Yeah, definitely don't want to discount YB's deck selection as card choices here, because he definitely had a very clear strategy using these big level 1 costless bodies in combination with all of these abilities to boost, whether it's through act, whether it's upon using an act ability, and really being able to not only contest these level 1 standby boards with like these big 1/1s, but also just really stick them with tons of damage using those Summer Festival Suguhas, not only at level 1 but also later on to try to get some extra damage in, maybe even as we saw in this game, get some side attacks into these big 2/2s that a lot of these standby decks are pumping out, being able to get those side attacks for 1, still maintain damage while having bodies on the board. And I think this strategy was very well crafted, and big props to YB on his performance today and yesterday as well.
And I think like it just like speaks volumes as to how much a deck can really carry you through a tournament. And I think that's what's really beautiful about Weiss Schwarz, is that it is really much in favor of the player to kind of pilot the deck to where it needs to be to like reach such things. Like, I can tell you for sure, like I myself, I could not pick up Joey's deck and perform it as well as he did this turnaround. I'd probably like not see all the lines that he did. I would probably not be able to like understand my outs as well because of like how unpracticed I am at the matchups, how unpracticed I am at the deck. But at the same time, YB playing a deck so unconventional to SAO, not playing the 8 standby variant, not playing the Yuki variant, playing something that he pioneered himself most likely, and play towards it, like at the same time also showing dedication to his waifu. So like big props to YB there, also putting that little flair about his support for Shinon. But with how much you practice something that you yourself have brewed rather than someone else has brewed and tested, you have more opportunities to put your own kind of recipe against the metal and like try and see like, when is this good, when is this bad, how does something that I've crafted up work into these certain things. And you actually, as a deck builder yourself, you actually like learn these very like niche and unique things that actually apply to future stuff as well. And as we saw it in Samuel's list that he won with BSFO, but BSFO with the 3 choice 5 standby data live, something that was like self-pioneered as well, actually dropping the choice from 4 to 3 and playing the combo just a little bit less, focusing more on that standby and just having that way of the combo being able to refill the hand. And I think it just goes to show that being a pilot of your deck is also as important as playing a strong deck.
Yeah, for sure. And we definitely saw that with YB here. You know, that level 1 Xenon, both the changer and the combo providing top checks. His masterful use of those throughout the games that we saw, you know, being able to guarantee the cancel against the Benimaru burn, knowing that that was coming, being able to set up his triggers for attacks. You know, it was just a very clean understanding of the deck that he had built, knowing when to use what effects and how to get the most value out of them. Things that someone, you know, coming in and just picking up the deck, if they saw it online or whatever, might not be able to do. There's a lot to be said about, you know, mastering your own deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And it definitely seemed like he had practiced this deck for a long time. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew the sort of implications that things like the top check 2 into the Summer Festival Suguha, into like specific triggers, into specific attack orders, because attack order is quite important with this Shinon. Only having her advantage combo be a top check ad, like if you whiff one of those, it's not a very good thing to happen, because like you're triggering a climax, or in this case, one of his 2 copies of the money counter, as we did see in the quarterfinals game. So it's a bit more difficult to adjust to the restrictions that this sort of combo puts upon you compared to some of the other more popular advantage combos, ones that have things like Shizu, for example, with on attack mill 2, and then you get to salvage. You get a wide variety of options, or even something like a top check up to 4 and add 1 combo, so like a Amelia type combo, where you do have more options than this Shinon. But managing to come in here and really adjust to how those mechanics need to play into his game plan, definitely exhibiting a lot of skill, a lot of deck building skill as well, and yeah, just all worked out up until this last point where just that those bottom 2 cards, like this could have been so different in an alternate universe where those pings for one of those pings for 1 went in, he found the 3rd attacker, and it was just a expertly played 2 days from YB. And Joey with his slime deck, definitely looking at those really, really big power levels. I'm sure he's loving playing with these Benimaru supports and really just beefing up that board at level 2. And that seems to be a really big turning point, not only with the 2/2 Gelds coming out at level 1, but also being able to consistently stand by out not just one, but multiple copies of this Benimaru, really keep a hold onto the board, threaten a bit of additional damage. And yeah, that just turned into a win in the end for Joey.
And it like really makes you wonder, like in that last like few turns, like how important really was that last standby that we found off of that one attack to get that 3rd Benimaru on the board. Like, what if YB did have that 3k counter on the board to actually prevent Milim from getting that reverse off? Obviously, like at that point, like maybe the money counter is still a lot safer, but if we were able to get a cancel, we'd still be able to have that extra 2 stock to then play the Lifa. There's that extra attack as well. So like such really small things that happen throughout the course of a game, which leads us to that final point. And it's what a fantastic way to end the NABRO 2021 tournament. It's so amazing that we got to see something like this for the final game, and I hope everyone in the chat also enjoyed it as well.
Mm-hmm. And one thing to note real quick is that if we go back and look at that last scenario with the money counter, he actually did, off of the Milim event, I believe he revealed a climax on the 2nd card of that reveal 7, so that actually could have canceled. And in addition to having the extra stock to play the Lifa counter, he actually would have been able to clock because he would not have been at 3-6. So even without the Lifa, could have potentially fished for more attackers.
Indeed.
Now, let's take a look at Joey Chen's journey to become the champion of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021. So, looking back at our top 8 once again, we had Chronose being the one and only Love Life Sunshine player against Yuri, piloting that Ruby deck. Alan Liu, and I can't read. But yeah, all the top 8 players playing so well to reach here. And then Joey Chen in that quarterfinals game against that Data Live, being able to take down the huge threat of the meta with his very own take on 8 standby. And in the finals, just like what we said yesterday, the narrative of what English meta is looking like right now. 1k1 versus 8 standby. The rush versus the board. And what a way to just paint Joey's narrative as an up-and-coming Weiss Schwarz fighter. So well played.
We definitely had a very long and arduous journey, hopefully going through a lot of different decks, as I think that this particular deck, because of how unfamiliar it was, it must have been a pretty interesting journey to get to here, especially given the diversity that we've had in the rest of the field, not only with these decks going to many different unique builds, but also fighting against many unique builds as well. And so with our slime list, on the flip side, we do have a not as unique list compared to like some of the ones that we've seen throughout the field today, but definitely a very powerful one that a lot of people recognize as very strong. And that is definitely going to be one to look out for in the future, coming up in some later events.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting seeing throughout this entire tournament, that sort of two sides with the 1K1 decks and the standby decks. Very interesting that we saw it multiple times throughout Swiss, and then got to see it finally culminate in this finals with both decks performing their roles quite well, I would say.
And I think you put it the best, like performing their roles. And like each of these decks, like they all have a mission to try and fulfill, and it is the role of us as the players to be able to get it to said position, being able to get all of the advantage we need to be able to sculpt towards our end game. And now, like, it does look like we are going to be able to bring to you your champion of NALA Bushiroad Rumble Online for an interview afterwards. But let's keep talking about like what kind of stuff happens like in a game of Weiss Schwarz. Like playing 8 standby, sometimes like you're just knocked off balance because your deck control isn't just up there as like other decks. And sometimes you see like what happened with Joey as well, getting knocked to that level 2 so early, not being able to actually present that stable level 1 board and try and mill and control your deck at that level 1 stage. And at that point, you have to adapt. You need to be really good at adapting, playing on the ball, trying to think, how do I get out of this situation? What is my outs? And that is definitely what we see a lot today between the top 8, the upper echelon of this tournament. A lot of people who know what are my outs and how do I play towards it. Like, there's only so much I can commend about these players, and hopefully you guys have other stuff to say as well.
All right, looks like we are going to be heading now into our interview. So we have obviously a lot of questions for our champion, and we're going to be looking to get some of those questions answered. Hopefully you guys in the chat will appreciate some of this insight as we go into this interview.
All right. First off, congratulations on your victory today. This has been a long tournament for you. 8 rounds yesterday, and then playing 3 rounds of Top Cut today. How are you feeling after winning?
I'm feeling incredibly happy. I mean, there was definitely some moments where I thought this was it. I'm out. I can finally stop or maybe take a break. But no, I'm so happy that I was able to win. I'm so grateful for my luck at the very end. I'm all around really happy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you had some really close calls in some of these top matches. What was going on in your head? I'm sure you probably had your heart pumping super fast as like just these super close calls, not only on the offense but also on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, all my games were really close. Like, no game did I ever think that it was a guaranteed win. And especially in that last game, you saw that there was like 2 cards left in my deck, and I didn't even check my waiting room for the number of climaxes anymore. I had pretty much already almost given up. I was like, oh, this is it for me. And then I saw the 2 climaxes, like, oh my gosh, I still had a chance.
Right.
So obviously, super happy.
Yeah, actually, what was funny was that as part of the commentary, we were talking about the possibility of your opponent having the memory kick Shinon counter, which would actually put the Milim out of range from getting that reverse. And we were talking about the potential possibility of you triggering that standby on the attack, bringing out another copy of the Benimaru and getting her out of counter range. And it's pretty funny to think about in retrospect that the last 3 cards of your deck were all standby climaxes that you could bring out an additional copy of the Benimaru and secure that reverse.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I tried to put something in front. I'm super happy, that I triggered the Benimaru. That was why it was mainly my last swing. And then, yeah, super happy.
Now, in a lot of your games that we actually saw on stream today, Joey, we actually noticed that you were actually knocked off balance. A lot of times you were skipping level 1s, getting hit straight to level 2 very quickly. And most of the times when people practice their decks, when people solitaire their decks, when people shadowbox, they like to envision a lot of perfect scenarios where they're able to field multiple level 1s, get their climax combo off. But obviously, as you've shown us today, you were able to actually think on the spot, figure out what needs to be done when you were put in this situation where you're being pushed to level 2 so quickly. Run us through your thoughts. Each time this happened, on stream, you were able to develop a level 0 board, but instantly straight to level 2. What's going through your head? You're like, how do I get out of this situation?
Oddly enough, I was getting used to it throughout this tournament. Playing this tournament, I played against quite a few standby decks, and they always had the ability to break my board. So most of the time I was skipping level 1, so I started getting used to it, and I kept focusing on like as long as I have the two pig yellow tutus. If I had 2 on my board, I was pretty confident going into level 2. I can then summon level 3s, and then I could hopefully help outpace the other standby decks. So I was getting quite comfortable to that happening.
Yeah, that was actually something that we were bringing up in the commentary for your semifinals game against Data Live. One big turning point that we felt was in that game was the point where you were able to develop the 2 copies of the Geld, and your opponent at the same time, they had those 2 copies of the Toka on the board, and he went for the front attack with the one, it would have been on your left, I believe, and ended up crashing it. And we were debating whether or not he could go for like a side attack there, maybe try to maintain his board state, and instead deciding to not only go for the front, but give up on the encore. And we felt that was a big turning point for you, as it allowed you to maintain your double Geld on the board, and then you started to be able to get control of the board back in your favor.
Yeah, anytime I can keep both my Gelds on the board, it's like a sigh of relief, because I know I always have that as an option, and that extra 4K pump is pretty helpful and pretty consistent in keeping my board from that point on as well.
Yeah, going through this whole tournament, obviously you're very pleased with this build of Slime. I'm assuming, but are there any changes you would want to make to it, or would you keep playing this deck moving forward for more tournaments?
I actually really like this one. I did see in my first round a slightly different variant of the 8 Slime that ran a 0/0 blue Rimuru instead, and maybe something else. But after playing it so long, I'm pretty happy with what I have now. I'm understanding more and why these cards were in this deck, and how to play them now. So I wouldn't change it.
Yeah, so having gone through the gauntlet, 8 rounds and also 4 rounds of top 8,
3 rounds.
3 rounds of top 8, showing yourself as a master of the deck as well. Do you have any tips for people looking to pick up said deck now after being inspired by your performance today on the deck? Like, are there any key cards people should be looking out towards and how to use them?
I would think that the 8 standby Slime deck is one. First, I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun to play. It does play a little differently than some standby decks because you summon a Geld instead of like a typical 2/2 beater. But it is definitely fun. It's pretty consistent, and no, I would 100% recommend people pick up this deck if they can.
Yeah, I definitely think that even with the deck seeming as simple as it is, it's kind of like just bring out these Gelds, but there is a lot of really neat tricks that you can do, especially with manipulating your own board state going into the end game. Like having that double Geld setup gives you the flexibility to like purposely sack a Geld to open a lane so that your Milim can get a reverse at level 3. Or in your deck's case, you actually did run that really special Rimuru counter, the one that actually, if you didn't cancel, obviously, would have secured you the game in your semifinal match against Data Live. And I'm sure a lot of people were getting super hype in chat, seeing that once you canceled that second to last attack going into that last one, knowing that you had that minus soul counter in your hand for that safety net. Really, really cool card. And just like the Geld, purposely sacking himself to maybe set up a Milim, you also have potential use to use that to sack a character to open a lane for the Milim as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an option to prevent your opponent from just crashing into you. You just pop that Geld instead. So now you have a Milim target, and hopefully you have the event to your hand and everything like that. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. So we've asked you a lot about your deck and your run through the tournament, but obviously, we didn't really get to see any of your Swiss rounds yesterday. So out of this whole tournament, apart from obviously winning and being the champion, were there any cool decks you saw? Were there any cool matchups you got to play? What was your favorite moment?
In my first 2 rounds, I actually played against 2 Ruby standby decks, and I thought that was cool to see that deck in this tournament. And those players played excellently. I've also have very little experience playing against SAO decks. And, seeing them in this tournament, playing against them, seeing where I've made mistakes and getting better at them. Yeah, no, for sure. There were a lot of decks. The Ruby ones in particular, I was pretty happy to see.
And finally, before we finish up here, do you have any shout outs to anyone?
I guess I'll shout out to the GTA. We have a GTA server, so everyone on that Discord has been supporting me through the whole server, cheering me on, and so I just want to shout out to all of them and thank them for all their support.
In that case, one big last congratulations to you, Joey, as you are the NA Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 champion for Weiss Schwarz. Now, I'm going to send you guys back to the brackets for one last look at Joey Chen's journey to become the champion. So yeah, once again, let's just take a look at Joey's journey here, starting in top 8, playing that slime mirror. And then afterwards, we were able to feature Joey on stream playing against that 8 standby matchup, once again against Data Live, and on the finals against SAO. And what a tense game that was, having to deal with the clenching moments of those very clutch cancels.
Yeah, it was definitely a super tense game. We've been trying our hardest as, 3 of us casting at the same time. We're trying not to talk over each other too much, but just couldn't contain our screams as we were just watching these clutch cancels after clutch cancels. Absolutely insane end games from not only the semifinal match, but also that finals match, of course. Just these really, really exciting games. I'm sure a lot of people in our chat watching the games super excited as well. Definitely poked my head in for a sec, saw a lot of all caps going on. So super exciting to see all of that going on.
Yeah, that was definitely a very exciting ending, very fitting for the end of the tournament. I think that might have honestly been one of the most exciting points of this entire tournament, right there at the finals, determining our champion.
And what a way to end off what an exciting tournament as well, with one of the most exciting games to watch. Those last tense moments. And not to discredit any of these top 8 players and not to discredit anyone who played yesterday as well. I'm sure that each and every one of us are great Weiss Schwarz players to our own rights. But it's just that sometimes it is the luck of the draw sometimes. Weiss Schwarz being a card game, you are fated towards that luck. And it is upon the player to kind of maneuver around what kind of hand is dealt to you and what are my outs, how do I play across this, how do I play around this, how do I deal into this. And that's the beauty of Weiss Schwarz, being able to go through so many different options because of how many times you actually interact with your deck. What a fantastic way to end the game and the day.
Yeah, I definitely think today, a lot of people, for those of you who might be on the stream that are not too familiar with Weiss Schwarz, some people, they just talk about Weiss Schwarz as if it's just, it's just this luck-based game, damage just comes off the top. But you look at all of the decision making that our players have gone through throughout the day, not only on the offense, but as well as the defense. You have, some people just say it's just a solitaire game. You play your turn, your opponent plays their turn, but there's still a lot of decision making to be made. And we definitely exhibited that through our games today. And I hope you guys can realize through watching some of these games that there is a lot of skill, there is a lot of decision making. And although there is a luck factor, I think a big part of the skill is being able to impact that luck. So it's having an influence on the numbers is, I think, how probably some other people would express that.
Yeah, definitely something, a lot of different facets to the gameplay, and hopefully any of you out there that were watching today and yesterday, that might not play a whole lot, hopefully give it more of a chance and get into the game. And with the Bushiroad Springfest 2022 having recently been announced, hopefully we'll get to see more of you out there.
And finally, before we close out for the weekend, before we close out for the day, before we close out for the season, that is Bushiroad Rumble Online, as this will be the penultimate event. I am joined by my co-casters Connor and Randall. Connor, do you have any shoutouts to do? Do you have anyone to thank for these last 2 weekends, for this last weekend?
Just shout out to all the judges that kept this tournament running smoothly, all of the production crew that kept this stream looking beautiful, and all the players for coming out to represent their favorite decks. 166 people is a lot more than we had for the spring, and hopefully it just keeps growing from here.
And Randall, any thanks or shoutouts from you?
I definitely just want to, same as Connor, I definitely just want to give a big thanks to all of the people that made this event come together, and not just the staff, but also the players. But yeah, honestly, looking at the quality of the stream, just like how much like the overlay and like the deck layouts and things like that, it's all super clean. And compared to BSFO, I was just like super shocked at just like how beautiful this all looks. And I want to give a big shout out to the production team as well for making this all possible. But of course, the three of us got to do a little bit of that quick self-promotion as we close out as well, right?
So once again, I am joined by...
I'm Connor at Boats Don't Sink.
And I'm Randall, aka Shizukats.
I am Tony, aka Toku from Yellow Card. You may know me as the bozo who loves to bash on Brainstorm. We have been your commentators for this weekend's Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 NA, and we are so glad to have you guys watch us. We're out.